I'm a little young, but you don't know what I've become. Can't you see it in my face? The demon living in disguise, but you can see the killer in my eyes. I've got a look you can't escape. Boku no mirai wa dare ni mo wakaranai. Mina wa boku o dame na yasu to omou. Kakami o mitsumeru boku o misakete iru. Kedo naka ni wa okina chikara kibo ga aru. Maybe I'm a little young, but you don't know what I've become. Can't you see it in my face? A demon living in disguise, but you can see the killer in my eyes. I've got a look you can't escape. You can't escape. No one understood the world.
Hello! Good evening. Welcome to the stream. It is a wonderful Friday evening. A little chilly still here in southern Missouri. Hola! How's it going? How are you doing tonight? I hope you're having a good evening. I hope you're staying warm. For one more night, it's supposed to get up into the 60s tomorrow, which is awesome for me because I'm going to be standing outside at a market tomorrow afternoon from 3 to 7. The Glow Market on Commercial Street at the C Street Market Space. I am got my little heater fan right next to me. I had to actually turn off the heater out here in the garage because it was getting hot in here. So hot. Oops, I locked that before I brought the opacity down. So, what are we doing tonight? I'll tell you what we're doing tonight. We're drawing more aliens in the ocean. The theme, as decided by you, the audience, for the November Patreon rewards pack is aliens in the ocean, because apparently those are a thing now. Our Congress has decided that they heard a guy who heard from a guy who heard from a friend who totally has firsthand experience with aliens in our ocean. And that's what we decided to draw. So if you were not here on Wednesday night, we did finish 2 of these stickers so far. So this is our first one. This is the mer alien here. Just sitting on this outcropping rock in the classic mermaid pose. And then we also have this alien who is having a sippy drink. Now, the final versions of these stickers, these are not what they're going to look like in the final version. I did actually go into Affinity Photo after doing these and did add that circular background and gradient in, and I think it came out really good. Like this, I think it looks good. I really like it. I think it's gonna be fun. So, but what I've done is in my file for my Affinity Photo file, that circle background, which can be trimmed to different heights to fit the rest of the backgrounds, is a permanent thing that will be added to all of the stickers. So we just need to draw the foreground now so that we have nice consistency. And that's basically everything I've been doing today. I've had one of those days where I've been feeling not so much productive as busy. And then this is a very rudimentary concept draft for our monthly print. This is going to be like a combination of one of those cool beach postcard poster type things and like a Where's Waldo crowd. I'm going to fill this beach and this ocean area here with aliens. It is a lot of work. It's way beyond my skill level, but I'm going to do it anyway because that is what you guys asked for. I realized it didn't resize when I resized it, so there you go. That's the plan. That's what I've got going on. But before we do that, we're going to do the remaining sticker set. We have 3 more stickers in the set to draw. The concepts for them are we have a second mer alien who is half jellyfish, half alien. So kind of like the Sea Witch. Pushing beyond your skill levels is how he grows artists. That's exactly why I'm doing it. I did the parody poster for Hundreds of Beavers for one of my daily zombie, my 300th daily zombie illustration. And if you are not familiar with that poster, it is crazy how much is in it. I spent somewhere between 20 and 30 hours working on this one poster design. I can pull it up on the screen, I guess. Boop. Gotta resize that. Transform, fit to screen. There we go. This was my version of it. There are actually, I counted, there are 97 beavers in the original poster design, kind of in the same, like chasing down the one guy. And in my version with the zombies, there are 98 zombies. So I actually put more zombies in mine than is in the original, but this is as close to doing something along the level I'm talking about. And like I said, this took about 20 to 25 hours of work. And this was working off of, basically, I had a poster that I was redrawing. So it's going to be a big undertaking. It's going to take a lot of time. Oop. But before we do that, let's go ahead and start working on our next alien. Anyway, the 3 alien types we have are half alien, half jellyfish, in the style of like an Ursula the Sea Witch kind of alien mermaid person. And then we're going to have 2 aliens on the beach building an alien sandcastle, which we're not entirely sure what an alien sandcastle is at this point. And then an alien lifeguard. And I think I'm going to start tonight on the alien lifeguard because I think that's going to be the one that will take the least amount of time. And I would really like to get to 2, maybe even 3 of these done tonight. And because these aliens are a little more, let's say a little less cute. They're not more anything. They're less cute than my normal art style. They're still very cartoony, still very simplified illustration, but they're less cute than I would normally draw an alien. They take me a little bit longer to draw. So let's get something going. I'm going to start by just kind of roughing in a ground patch here that will serve as, since it's the lifeguard here, he won't be on the ocean, he'll be on sand. So this will be a sandy patch underneath of him. And then I think maybe the best thing for me to do would be to start real rough with that cone head kind of cone shape. Put in a face line coming down through there like this. Did you hear Mimic Octopus creep you out? It did not. It was actually super cool. I loved the Mimic Octopus. That was a really cool video. Thank you for sharing it with me. I thought he was awesome. And a little pointy face coming down like this also. I was hoping for a little bit more Mimic, if I'm being honest. When I hear Mimic, I think like things that are monsters disguised as things. And really, the Mimic octopus is just a chameleon octopus. So he's like a chameleon with no bones. But it was still really cool watching it move around and change colors and try to scare off predators. And I think obviously he's going to have a whistle around his neck. So that gives us the ability to do that. I want to see how, yep. Really defined rib cage there. There are other vids where they change the movement style even. That's cool. Like Mimic Outhouse, one of the most terrifying of the Mimic types. I personally think the most terrifying Mimic type is Mimic Underwear, but that's just me. Although, in one of the monster manuals I own is coins. A swarm of coin mimics. When we were talking about this, we definitely were talking about doing a David Hasselhoff style, like Baywatch style lifeguard. So I am going to pull up a David Hasselhoff Baywatch reference image for myself to work off of while I'm doing this, because I really want to get that joke going. It's almost a shame that I've decided not to give these aliens hair. Have to have the Haas. Yeah, the Hoff. It's almost a shame that I decided not to give these aliens hair, because it would be really cool to have them with that like David Hasselhoff curly mullet thing that he had, not actually on Baywatch, but like before Baywatch. You know what I mean? Know what I mean, Vern? But I think, yeah, I've got this picture here that just came up. That's him standing on the beach in the shorts and the jacket, holding that orange buoy thing. So I think that's the route I want to go. He doesn't have a whistle though, so that's a bummer. I'm actually gonna clean up some of this. I'm gonna change a lot of what I did. I'm gonna leave the head where it's at, and then rework this pose. I'm actually gonna make this head bigger, I think. Well, 90s actually. Yeah. It's one of those places in the cultural movements. I always say the cultural decades run on the fives. So it was the early 90s. It was pre-95. So really it still had a lot of 80s influence, because 85 to 95 is what we generally think of as the 80s. Even though a lot of cool 80s stuff had already gone by well before the end of 85. But a lot of the things we think of as a lot of the stuff that was in the early 80s, we still think of as 70s stuff. So I'm going to give him this pose, and then we'll have him actually chest turned like this at this angle. So this arm can come down. One, two, there. Just kind of trying to get some spacing in here. So that would be the hips come down into a leg. I think I gave him skinny. No, I gave him kind of chubby, round knees. Consistency in my aliens is important to me. as a sci-fi fan, I'm like, I gotta keep, if one of them is weirdly shaped, the other one has to be weirdly shaped in the same way. It's just what is important to me. And then this foot is turned this way, and this foot is turned this way, and he's holding his, I don't know, flotation device thing here, shaped like this. This little hand buoy. I was so in love with the look and feel of the early 80s sci-fi, so dark, literally. Yeah, that's true. I don't know. I don't necessarily know that it was all super dark. Really, in my opinion, and this is, the Paraman will definitely chime in on this conversation. To me, the darker sci-fi stuff was really 90s. The like era of just truly grim dark sci-fi to me. And I mean, like, almost literally, like, the filming was filmed darker. It used more subdued colors. I feel like a lot of the 80s was still trying to be Star Wars. But I was born in 83, so grain of salt, my memory of the 80s. You know, I'm envisioning The Last Starfighter. See, to me, Last Starfighter is not a very dark movie. Like, when I think of a very dark, like dark 90, like when I start to think of dark sci-fi, I think of like Dark City and The Matrix, and even earlier than that, Dark Man. I feel like sci-fi in the mid to late 90s particular got into where it was like almost sci horror, because you had like Event Horizon and things like that. Last Starfighter, to me, which is an awesome movie, by the way, I love Last Starfighter, but to me it always felt like a more action adventure movie. I guess it tackled a little bit more mature themes. I think part of the thing is that in the early 80s, they created PG-13 to conquer more mature themes in movies that kids would still go see. And by the late 90s, all those movies were being rated R. So you had more like full family, full budget sci-fi movies that were darker, had a little bit more maturity to them, but in general, they all had more maturity to them. I agree. I feel like darker tones were more late 80s into the 90s, but the late 70s through 80s had a more dirty industrial feel outside of Star Trek. I am really just referring to the color tone of the subject material. I guess that's fair, because also at the same time, we're talking the same time frame as Alien. You know, you had Alien had a lot of influence. Terminator, all of those movies had a lot of gritty. I guess there was a grittiness to an edge of the 80s that the grittiness of the movies kind of got polished and cleaned in the 90s, but the tones became darker, I think, is what happened. All right, let's see if I can't draw a Hasselhoff alien. This is going to be kind of fun here. Oops, I need a new layer. There we go. So I've got the head ridge coming up like this. And I think I've given them all kind of pointy chins so far, right? So I'm going to try to figure out how to do like a more, I guess it's not gonna be that hard, because they're right there, that looks about perfect. I was gonna be like, David Hasselhoff has a very chiseled jaw. I wanted to give him that kind of square jaw, but I just did, and it worked. Didn't even have to really try. I agree with both the genre assessment, but with you both about the genre assessment, yeah. But really, you have I think there is also something to be said about the maturity of 80s movies in general, because like E.T. has a lot of darkness to it. Flight of the Navigator has a lot of darkness to it. Time Bandits. I mean, the trauma of speculative fiction and what the trauma the trauma inflicted by speculative fiction on Gen X is memeable at this point, right? Like we literally talk about how kids will never recover from Neverending Story. I've seen modern reaction vids of people watching the Neverending Story. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm like, yes. We have coddled our children. And actually, this is something I think I actively blame Dan Snyder for. Dan Snyder is a very bad person who did a lot of bad things. And one of those things that is less horrible than a lot of the other stuff was that he took over broadcasting for most of the Nickelodeon block. And his idea of children's entertainment was make children stupid. And I feel like that had a huge impact. Like after his success on Nickelodeon, all of the Disney Channel shows followed suit and they lost all nuance. Here lately, I've been trying to watch the 2004 animated series, The Batman. And all it does is make me sad because I'm like, this is like they took Batman, the animated series, and removed all of the nuance and drama. And we're like, the people who watch Batman are too stupid to understand. So let's just get rid of anything that makes you think. Which honestly is a problem with DC Entertainment to this day. That's why the movie The Batman is so good, in my opinion, is because it treated the subject matter like the people who would watch it were humans and not idiot nerd geekbergs. I don't know what I'm trying to say there, but it feels like I'm saying it right. I don't think it's a secret that I'm a huge fan of Bruce Timm in a lot of ways. And part of that is because I never felt like a Bruce Timm show talked down to the audience. I really do feel like to this day, I can go back and watch Batman the Animated Series or Justice League Unlimited or the Superman animated series and still get something out of it as a 41-year-old man. And I feel like a lot of the DC stuff since then has not had that. I feel like that's a shame. I think that's that time period ran from like 2003 or 4 through like 2011 or 12. And I think we had a golden age of animation resurgence around that time because the people my age were the ones that started making the cartoons, and we had grown up on such great cartoons by people like Bruce Timm. We had grown up watching the X-Men animated series. We had grown up watching really deep, thoughtful cartoons. We had a lot of anime influence, which brought in a lot of that stuff too. And that's when you start to see Avatar: The Last Airbender was an early part of that, is like 2006, I think, is when it first tried to premiere. Although I watched the pilot for Avatar: The Last Airbender, the first episode, and loved it. And then it was not actually picked up as a series for like 3 more years. Because Nickelodeon was afraid it was too mature. But you started to get Adventure Time, and as dumb as that cartoon looks on its surface, it is actually really, really well written and deals with a lot of mature themes. and treats its audience with a lot of respect while also being very slapsticky, which I loved. You started to get the things like Steven Universe, Regular Show is an underrated gem from that time period. I was never a big fan of Gumball, but a lot of people will tell you the world of Gumball is something they loved. And honestly dealt with some more mature themes. So I think that was a big part of it, was that I just like the fact that the people that were drawing the webcomics that I loved when I was in high school are the ones that run the animation industry now. So I think that's a cool thing in my book. But that's the same era of cartoon shows that gave you like, oh, what are the ones I'm trying to think of here? Like Wizards of Waverly Place and Hannah Montana. I remember watching Hannah Montana with the monkey when she was young and going, this is abysmal. Like, this is genuinely bad. And she should not be watching this. Like, demand better stuff. And I think she would probably agree with me now because she watched Boy Meets World and Girl Meets World and saw how much better they are, even though they use the exact same storylines, how much better Boy Meets World is. We've had that conversation. I've never lost my love for fake anime like Mysterious Cities of Gold. So, you know, the French knockoff anime series, I mean, the French animation industry is often overlooked as its contributors to the animation and like overall animation, because Tintin is a French animation. The Smurfs are a French animation. Mysterious Cities of Gold was a French animation. It's just they didn't get picked up as often as what we probably would have liked to have seen. I think if there was a chance in the 80s, I think there was a time in the late 80s where the animation industry was like, we're going to start importing cartoons from other countries. And Japan has a lot of cartoons and France has a lot of cartoons. We have to pick one. And Japan won is what really it came down to. How did I do this guy's feet over here? Is Hasselhoff barefoot? No, he's wearing flip-flops too. You can't run on the beach in flip-flops. Flip-flops are dangerous, people. But I gave him really freakishly long toes. That's what I was really looking at. I'm giving him bare feet and freakishly long toes. And these big round Orby knees. So yeah, but yeah, Mysterious Cities of Gold was it's one of those things where I see it pop up. I never really got to watch it because again, didn't really have access to Nickelodeon that much when I was a kid. And it would have been on when I was at school. But it pops up on like Reddit and forums sometimes where people are like, was this a fever dream or does anyone else remember this show? I think Japan was more successful because Japanese companies were better at creating their animation around marketable toys back in the 80s. That's probably part of it, but also that's not necessarily because the companies were that good. Japan in the 80s started its Cool Japan initiative. The Cool Japan initiative was Japan going, you know, because of World War II and these treaties that we signed afterwards, we can't really have any hard power. We can't really ever like become a superpower military wise again. So they really invested in soft power initiatives. And part of that was the toys, was the cartoons. It was bringing sushi to America. It was all of those things. Japan's soft power initiative was huge, and it's still ongoing. Except for now, South Korea has went, oh, Japan was so successful at their soft power thing. We should do the same thing. And that's why you see a bunch of Korean restaurants opening in places. There's a whole anime, like several hour-long YouTube video I watched about the soft power. It was a really awesome video essayist, and I wish I knew. It's one of the video essayists I watch all the time, and I wish I could remember which one it was, because I would tell you guys and have you watch the video. It was great. Back when I doodled all the time and was reading all the X-Men comics, I was actually molding my style to comic book art. Years later, when I was doing cons, I would always think about how I didn't keep it to it when I would see the artist section. That's how I feel a lot of times. Back in high school, I was drawing, and I actually did a web comic. Oh, I bet it's still available. I bet it is still up and running. Our sad lives. Dang it. What's going on here? I did a web comic, not in high school, but like my freshman year of college, right after I dropped out of college. I can't remember if it's Keen Space or Keen Spot. Oh, Keen Space. It still exists. It's still available on the internet. And a lot of it, this was all drawn in Microsoft Paint with the mouse. And a lot of the people, like I said, a lot of the people I was doing web comics with back then, I was in forums with and things, they took art more seriously than I did. And they now basically run the animation industry. I wanted to try and make a graphic novel. Maybe I will still. I think about it all the time because I draw little illustrations but that's because it's what has been facilitated by my practice all of these years as a doodler. This is just naturally what grew from my doodling. But I often think, like, if I actively started practicing more comic book style or more serious style, I could probably teach it to myself, learn it. And so I often think about that because I would love to do a lot of these story ideas that I've had over the years as a comic book. I really like the way you can tell a story with a comic. There's just something different about it. I love cartoons, but you can, like, there's just a difference in the medium, you know? And I would really like to explore it more. I can see you making something with a similar tone to Rick and Morty. Definitely can see myself. Honest to God, I can't believe I'm going to share this. Yeti Detective and I wrote a series of short stories a long time ago. And I mean like 10, 11 years ago. And they are not good, but they do predate Rick and Morty. They are on Amazon. I'm going to share a link. If you have Kindle Unlimited, they're free. If you don't have Kindle Unlimited and you'd like to read them for free, let me know and I'll see if I can hunt down PDFs or EPUB files that I could share like on the Discord. They predate Rick and Morty by a few years, but you definitely can feel like they're this, you can get the sense that they are the same type of humor, the same kind of genre basis. And that wasn't intentional, but it's just, you can see that we had a lot of the same influences, did a lot of the same stuff around the same time. And I would, in all honesty, that series of short stories happened as short stories because we wanted to do it as a webcomic. The original plan was to do it as a webcomic specifically to sell merch. Or I could support your work and pay for them. You could. I don't necessarily feel like I would. If you want to give me money and Yeti Detective money, absolutely feel free to do so. That work is so far outside of who we are as people now that I don't think either of us would consider it part of our repertoire, but you are welcome to always give me money. I'm never going to turn it down. And go into it knowing that, yes, we do end on a little bit of a cliffhanger. We always intended to write a season 2, and we never did, and it never will happen now because, and I quote, "Without living in a meth health hotel, I no longer have the headspace to help write it." That's a direct quote from my co-author. But we actually originally were going to do it as a comic. We've tried to write several comics in the past. And one of the problems we always had was I was never confident in my art. So I never wanted to draw the comics. I wanted to write comics. And we would get an artist who would be really wanting to work on our stuff. And then they would flake on us because, we couldn't pay them. And that went on. We went through like 3 other artists before we were just like, why don't we just write them as short stories? And that's why they ended up being short stories. But the original idea was we were Questionable Content is a really popular webcomic that I actually really enjoy, or I used to. I haven't read it in years. It's probably still going on. But one of the things that the creator of Questionable Content did was that he gave his characters this trait of wearing really unique and cool t-shirt designs. And then he sold those t-shirts in his merch store. So we were like, we could do that. We can come up with cool t-shirt designs and sell those t-shirts in our merch store. And that was our motivation, our original motivation for doing Alcohologist as a comic, because it was specifically going to do it as a webcomic. And like I said, I never felt confident in my art as that kind of artist. And that's something I think I've talked about on a recent video, like growing up, I do not blame my parents or anyone in my family for this. I never allowed myself to be an artist. I, at some point in like 8th grade, I decided that I was not an art kid and that I was not going to take any art classes anymore. That I did not have any talent or skill and never would. And I just kind of forced myself to stop doing art. There is an amazing idea to further the cash flow for sure. Yeah. I don't know why I decided it. I just did. I decided this was not who I was. I'd taken a bunch of art classes, and I think subconsciously, I'm not blaming him here, but subconsciously I had decided that my little brother was the artistic one and that I would never be the artistic one in the family. So I just gave it up. I think it's very similar to music. I think I decided I was not musically inclined, and so I never practiced it. And that's something I, to this day, regret immensely. That's why when young artists come up to me like they did last Saturday and need encouragement, I tell them, do it. You'll regret the things you don't do. I will say this, there was a sense when I was younger in my family that you needed to pursue something that would be stable and would bring you money. And that comes from my parents not having much of it growing up. Like, they both grew up really very kind of poor, and were not really much better off until I was by the time I was in high school, we were doing pretty good as a family. And I don't think they meant to instill that in us. I think that was their reality and they had to live it. I never thought I would be good enough to survive off of it. That's what I was just addressing. I had the same problem with our sister. Yeah, I get that too. I had it a lot because I got compared to her constantly too. So a lot of people don't realize that Paraman and I, in addition to having a younger brother who is a tattoo artist and musician, we also have a sister in between us, who was the I don't know what's the word I'm looking for here. The smart one. like it was always taken for granted that she was the one who was like going to excel in college, and she played the clarinet in the marching band, and I played clarinet. And so part of the what happened to me was that she graduated high school when I was in 8th grade. Like, her senior year was my 8th grade year. So my freshman year, I came to school and was just assumed that I would be replacing her as the Brotherton in the family at the school. In a lot of ways, I got treated that way by a lot of people. And I never felt like I could live up to it. And I imagine if we asked our youngest brother, he would have similar statements. There was only one teacher in our entire school, though, who ever compared me to my older brother. And he was my favorite teacher. And that was Mr. Kornfeld. Mr. Kornfeld was my English teacher. I served as his student assistant for multiple terms. I took most of the classes he taught at the school. I never took his Latin classes because there's no reason to learn Latin. But he was the only teacher I ever had in my 4 years at that school that compared me to my older brother. Okay. I like this. I think this looks pretty good. What do you guys think? Did I nail the Hassel? He was the GOAT. He was an awesome teacher. This is get some serious personal backstory here. One of the first times I ever suffered a major depression episode, and I mean like put me down, almost dropped out of school, was when Mr. Kornfeld had his cancer scare and his heart attack and was gone for like 3 months. I literally, like, by the end of that, he was my mentor and someone I confided a lot of stuff in. And by the end of that, I was not in a good place. Of course, also, I was right in the prime teenage years of bipolar, which are the worst. I was like that with my art teacher, the assistant, and taking their classes part, not being compared to anyone. She would be mad that I didn't keep up with art. She cried when I graduated. It's never too late to practice again. Look at me. You know, I have spent a year building skills again, repracticing. You're probably a little better off because you probably have a better basis because you took formal art classes. At least I never took anything past 8th grade art. So like the last thing I learned to do in art was finger paint, basically. It is never too late to pick up a skill and start learning it again and practicing it again. It's definitely something that comes back to you fairly easily once you start doing it. It's just a matter of I'm a firm believer in art as a skill and that it just takes practice. I will probably at some point today I just finished drawing which number was it? Like Daily Zombie 316 317, somewhere in that zone. I just finished that illustration. So I'm getting close to my 365. The middle of January is when I'll hit my 365. I just did number 317. And I think I can look, because I keep them all in the same file folder. I can look at my Daily Zombie file folder and tell you I can see crazy huge growth over the last year. And honestly, I can look at like the Carver Food People versus the Cookout Crusaders and see crazy growth since July. I just kind of did whatever I wanted. I think she also loved me because I actually did the assignments authentically. I didn't just take art to get an easy A. Yeah. I think there's definitely a art school. Oops, these are all on this color was put on the wrong layer. I know multiple people who were legitimately art students, like hardcore art students, who always complained about the kids in the class who just were taking art to get the grade. Okay, I think this is looking pretty hoffy. Don't hassle the Hoff, man. And then we'll put that sand color back in. Yeah, I'm digging it. One thing I need to do is I keep forgetting what my gray is that I used for the shading, because I didn't use the normal gray. I used a blue gray because of the oceaniness. I love the red jacket on this guy. Me too. I just the overall hoffiness. I think I did a good job of capturing the hoffiness. I have been thinking about writing a novel next year by doing 365 days of 365 words. Do it. Do it. Novels aren't that hard to write. I've written some. They don't have to be good. Oops. On the wrong layer again. I will tell you, I am a firm believer, having done this exercise, having really pushed myself to grow as an artist by doing this exercise, I think I come to better understand the ideas behind the Bradbury challenge. If you are unfamiliar with the Bradbury challenge, it is literally a challenge issued by Ray Bradbury to college students in writing, college students studying writing, not that they are college students in writing only. He challenged them, he said, to ask them to write a short story every week and read a short story every day. Because it's impossible to write 52 bad short stories in a row. And in reading short stories, you can study from the masters and learn what works and what does not work. And I have tried doing the Bradbury challenge in the past and failed miserably. But in doing this daily zombie thing and drawing every day, the same principles apply. Like, I spend a lot of time practicing skills that I want to have and studying how other people have done the things before me to figure out how to make it work better. And so it's really just the same idea. So I fully encourage write some every day. And yeah, 133K words is a pretty good length for a novel. The 7 Keys books, the first one is 65,000 words, and the rest of them all come in between 45 and 50,000. But I had decided to write them as novellas at that point. Or maybe even like, if I was going to rewrite them, which sometimes I think about because I'm not happy with the way they are now, I think about rewriting them as light novels. Which is basically just the concept of a novella, but Japanese. For those of you who are not familiar, a light novel is a 40 to 50,000 word max, more like 30 to 50,000 or 30 to 40,000 words. Fiction book, usually written in the world of a manga, or a lot of the times they will get recreated as a manga, and they have like chapter illustrations. A lot of the time, really great manga covers, and then they have that same kind of feel as like a manga, like the genre. Like if you were writing a light novel, like if I was writing the 7 Keys as a light novel, I would lean a lot more into some of the shonen tropes. But I like short fiction. So, but yeah, 130,000 words is a really good, it depends on the genre, obviously, right? To give you an idea, Paramin, a Dresden Files book is usually around 70 to 80,000 words. Although I think they get longer the longer the series goes on. But a Sanderson doorstop epic fiction can be 500,000 words. So, you know, it really depends on the genre a lot there. Oh, I know too much about writing for someone who's not very good at it. Sometimes, though, there are times where I wish I had more hours in a day. Because there are a lot of times when I'm drawing and I wish I could just be like, oh man, this would make an awesome, like, I wish I could do more serialized art. I guess I just really need to do it, really, is what it comes down to. I'll find the hours. It's about prioritizing, right? Maybe I stop making 4 YouTube shorts a day and make some serialized stuff. Google, so probably longer than what I actually want to write, but if I start at 133,000 words, I might get to 80K that's usable out of it. Yeah, that's a general rule my writer friends and I always held true to be an axiom, was that you're going to cut at least 10% of what you write. And I find that to be at least to be a very important part of that statement. That's another thing I've noticed lately. Pretty much all of the guys from my old writers mastermind are really making it as writers these days. And I feel like I probably shouldn't have been part of that group. A lot of my reading as a kid was my mom's Isaac Asimov magazines. I miss those. I found a bookstore that has a ton of them though. Yes, I 100%, I'm with you. I love literary short story magazines too. I actually just signed up for a mailing list. So I'm already on one. I get a daily science fiction short story emailed to me every day. Although I haven't seen that email in a long time. I wonder if it can shut down. I'm on a list for daily sci-fi short stories. And then I just joined one that is a zine that does, like, literally it's Project Zero. Their pitch is that they write fiction, they publish fiction that nobody wants to read. It's like the free short story they give you, the one I read and have shared with a bunch of people that I know would enjoy it, was like, the guy is ordering food and finds out his food delivery driver was killed in a car accident and becomes obsessed with that, and then realizes because he's obsessed with it, like, that's a fairly regular occurrence. Like, people that are bringing him food specifically die in car accidents a lot. There's not really a lot of plot to it. It's just a, like, think piece short story, and I enjoyed it. It was dark. It was not dark humor. It was just dark. It did not have really any, like I said, there's no plot. I can't say it was a good story. I just liked it. I think I need to maybe pull a little bit of these shadows back here. Sometimes when you're too zoomed in on the details, weird things happen. So many of those stories were just weird, and I loved how weird they were. Weird, that is exactly the reason I stopped having food delivered. I still, when I was still doing Audible, I stopped doing Audible because it's cost too much money. But I liked to pick up, like, I don't think that's going to be a noticeable detail. I'm not going to worry about it. I like to pick up short story anthologies a lot because I love audiobooks also. And I like short stories. So I would listen to a lot of short story anthologies. And that's, to me, the sweet spot of a story length. Okay, I think I'm going to stop tinkering with this alien lifeguard here. And consider it done. What do you guys think? Is this a good lifeguard? Does he invoke the Baywatch feel? Oh, you know what he needs? Before I call myself done here, we need to, I think I gave them shit. Yes. He needs, oops, I need to be on this layer. Some eye shines. There we go. Did you see that Audible is now included with the Amazon Music Unlimited for $9.99 a month? I did not, but that's still more than I can really afford to spend right now. Unfortunately, I lost a Patreon member today. Times are tough. No hair to wave in the wind, but otherwise he's great. Thank you. So now that we've hassled the Hoff, we got our Hasselhoff lifeguard. We've got our Moralian and our dude asleep in an inner tube. So I think we are probably ready to work on our half jellyfish, half alien merfolk creature thing. I think that's what we're going to work on next. So I'm going to look up jellyfish. Rah, rah, rah. I love the bobble on floaty guy. The thought bubble. Thank you. The thought bubble. It took me a second. I was right there. Thought bubble. Yeah, I really, did I share the thought bubble? Did I share the floaty guy? Boop, boo, doo, doo. The finished version of the floaty guy. I can bring him up. So this actually, I knew we wanted symbols. I had drawn that little mathematical symbol equation out there. And I went into just the characters thing in my editor, just text characters, and found these just random. I just picked random ones that I liked the way they looked together. So I see boobs again, though. No, they're sideways. Oh, I don't think there's anything wrong with you. I think people see boobs all the time. It's one of those things. I was listening to a podcast about art licensing, and one of the things that the agent that was on was talking about was like training her artists when they were designing patterns to look for faces, because sometimes when we create patterns and we like zoom out and have the whole pattern in front of us, you'll start to notice like little, like human beings have a tendency to notice like anthropomorphized features and stuff that doesn't have it. So if there's like little two blotches and a blotch underneath, we'll turn that into a face in our head. And they're like, that's a thing that it's called the ghost in the pattern. And a lot of vendors don't want that. So you have to train them on how to spot that, or train yourself on how to spot that. All right, let's see. I think if we're going to do a jellyfish, no comment. Yeah, I know what your comment is, dirty old man. Jellyfish are also already aliens under the sea. They have weird brains. Okay, so I don't know if this is true. I don't know where I heard this, but somewhere along the lines I heard that jellyfish are basically immortal. I don't know for sure where I picked up that little tidbit, but I have believed it. So at least in my head canon, jellyfish are immortal. I've heard that the only way you can even like stop a jellyfish is to dehydrate it, and then it will go dormant until it is made wet again, and then it will come back to life. Some anthropologists believe that this is because our brain evolved to recognize forward-facing eyes as predators, so we are unconsciously looking for camouflage predators all the time. That makes sense. I don't know if you still watch Film Theory, but they covered an analog horror YouTube channel recently. And one of the cryptids that was in that is the Woman in Profile is the name of the cryptid. And when it appears to you, it appears like when you look at it, it looks like the side of a woman's face, like they're looking off this way. But if you see it in the full light, it's actually staring straight at you, and its markings, its head is shaped to look like the face is coming off to one side. And they brought up in that episode, they were like, we are subconsciously, we recognize that predators have their eyes on the front and not on the side. So this creature is something that has evolved specifically to trick us into not thinking it's a predator by having this face that tricks us off to the side. So I'm just drawing in some like stingy tentacle things here. I don't know like how jellyfish versus squid this is gonna look, because honestly, like jellyfish are just little balloons with streamers. It is a great the guy who created it, the guy who created that, it's from channel 30 or 58 or whatever it is, local 58. So he's like one of the progenitors of analog horror on the internet in modern time. You would dig it. And he dropped an update on one of his channels that, from like on Halloween, that hadn't like basically had been dormant for a decade. He's a guy who has done so much analog horror that it's like some of his stuff has become mainstream Hollywood. I like this body shape. I'm gonna have to shrink it down some more though, to fit everything I want to fit in the art on here. And then cone, eye hooks. Honestly, I wish I had more time in the day. I wish I just that's what it comes down to for me. I have so many creative ideas and have to stop myself from doing them basically because I don't have time. Of course, if I don't have the time right now, I'm never going to have the time because, no job. Other than making stickers for you guys. But like, I would love to do more, just more. I want to do more stuff. Did I give them? Yeah, I did. I gave them big old round shoulders. And then let's see. Need a good arm position. This one has one arm up like waving, so I don't want to do that. I think I want to bring this down and across. And maybe I don't know. What is natural in water doesn't look to feel dynamic enough for a sticker. You know what I mean? But I kind of want it to just kind of be floaty, wavy, like jellyfish-y. So I'm going to do this. I think this will work. I think this will be an okay pose, especially once I come in here and do extra long fingers. 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 These are eyes. These are not fingers. And then part of me, okay, I gotta say this. This is I'm not gonna do this, but I just had this thing pop into my head. Because Yeti Detective had brought it up the other day. Have this come over here and be reverse snorkel down into the water. I'm not going to do that because I think that would look silly. And I'm trying to be a little less silly is not the right phrase. I'm trying to be less slapsticky silly and more let's make fun of people who think our aliens are full of extraterrestrial life silly. That's right. Come at me, U.S. Congress. I don't give a crap. I actually did something today that gave me a little bit of a panic attack. Related to my not being afraid of the U.S. Congress anymore. Hank Green put out a video today about communications revolutions and populism and how we are, how those things are connected, basically. It's a really good video. I really highly recommend checking it out. I definitely think people should watch it. But something that came up just like triggered me in it. Hello, Mr. Detective. Something he brought up in the video kind of triggered me because he talks about, and he brings up a lot, there's the flawed bureaucracies that run our systems and how specifically it's a little tiny minor point where he's talking about how we can fight against this kind of like manipulation and thing. And one of the things he talks about is explaining and simplifying our systems, our organizations, our bureaucracies, so that people can understand how they work. And obviously, like, I have a little bit of a vested interest and a whole lot of trauma related to that exact thing. One of the mobile games I played was backed by him, and it's really fun, but odd game. That's cool. If you didn't know, and I'm pretty sure everyone currently in this chat knows, but if you didn't know, in my previous life, up until a little over a year ago when I started Taco Viking, I was a communication strategist for a government organization, a government agency, specifically the Montana Department of Revenue. And my job was explaining how that agency works and helping people understand their tax laws and, you know, making the system work for them, understanding why the system works, why it's important, things like that. And the reason I felt I needed to speak was because one of the things he talked about, like, we have to help people understand how these things work. And I really felt like he was downplaying a really important point about the political world we live in and the way we find ourselves in this place where our systems are not perfect. They are flawed. All systems are flawed. But we live in a political world where those flaws have been politicized. And it's not the flaws inherent in the system. It is literally, there is a government contingent of us people who have been actively undermining those systems to make them work worse, so they could use that as political fodder to say these systems don't work. And I have firsthand experience of an administration change where I was told, we aren't going to let you do your job because we do not want people to understand how this works. We want people to think this is confusing and hard and broken. We don't want your services as a person who works in plain language and explaining how the systems work. And I had a hard time. What caused my anxiety was I shared that on Blue Sky in a really long, rambling thread. And it was the first time since I had started working for the government 10 years ago, 11 years ago, that I had let my opinions really come out, because I legitimately believed that part of my job was not letting my point of view, my opinions taint my responsibility as the person who helped communicate a message. And that was respected by one group of people and not the other. But I still internalized a lot of that. And so today was really hard for me, and I needed this stream because it really tore me up. I was really like serious hardcore panic attack. Anyway, Hard Rocker Leo, welcome to the stream. I'm sorry that you thought it was Thursday. You are not alone. I ran some errands with my dad today, and he, like, first thing this morning, he thought it was Thursday, and I was like, I have to do these things by this time frame because it's Friday and I stream. And he was like, oh man, it's Friday. So you're not alone. You're not alone in that. I have to say, though, now that I've put some distance between me and posting the thread, and I'm here with people I know are not going to treat me like a monster or throw rotten fruit at me, I feel better about having done it. So there we go. Sorry for that weird outburst of, I don't know, opinion, I guess. I'll go back to keeping my opinions about cartoons and 80s movies now. Only because I'm fresh out of rotten fruit. Thanks. That's true. I'm just like, it's not enough to say the communication tactics have changed and these things always happen when the communication overheat happens. And that's true. That's a true statement. It's a true statement, and he is right to say that, but it is not fair. Fair is not the right word. It is not enough to assume. You should not assume people are acting in good faith when they are not. And that is hard for me. I tend to live by the axiom, do not ascribe malice when incompetence is an equally plausible explanation. But I do have some firsthand, be it anecdotal, but it is firsthand experience in this situation to know that malice was definitely intended. I can't promise not to throw rotten fruit, but if I do it, it won't be because of that. Well, I appreciate that anyway. I guess that's the best I can hope for. Yeah, if you want to throw rotten fruit at me because this is not a good jellyfish monster, that's perfectly valid. That's fair. That's what I bring to the table. Anyway, I don't know why I felt compelled to share all of that. I just did. I think it's because a lot of stuff has been weighing on me pretty heavily lately, with like life purpose and fulfillment and all that stupid crap. The Maslow's hierarchy of needs kind of garbage. So Anyway, sorry. I don't mean to be a bummer. Try not to be a bummer. I'm trying to entertain. So, Yeti Detective, Hard Rocker Leo, how is your Friday evening going? How are you doing today? Are you having a chill evening? What's the weather like in your neck of the woods? It's a little chilly here, but it's supposed to get up to 60 tomorrow, which will be real nice. I know most of you are in the same neck of the woods as me, but you know, some of you might be in more exotic locales. Oh, Yeti Detective, I shared with the chat earlier. I shared a link to the Alcohologist Chronicles. So if anyone sends you death threats, it's my fault. We are not responsible for what happens when people read Alcohologist Chronicles. You know what? I think I really like this little dude. I think this came out okay. Isadora Stardust went to the color factory today, had a blast, but passed out on the way home. So she was a little pickle to put to bed finally. You got to keep the baby awake so that she goes to sleep on time. This entire time, the skirt area of this has looked like a pipe plant monster from Mario Brothers to me. So I see a plant eating spaghetti. No, I can't unsee that. It does look like it looks like a very it looks like a piranha plant. I did a really good job of drawing a piranha plant going. Usually when people read my writing, they only threaten my little death. Oh, yeah. The last person, the last person I shared that link with, or shared that story with, those stories with, was one who was like, hey, when is season 2 going to come out? I got to warn you, extra hard warning. They weren't edited either. We just wrote them and threw them up. I don't even know that we necessarily proofread them. I do too, but now that you've pointed that out, I think I did a really, really good job of drawing a piranha plant slurping up some spaghetti. People do like the Alcohologist Chronicles. It's weird. But the reason it came up is in the context of like Rick and Morty. We got there first. Rick and Morty is a ripoff of the Alcohologist Chronicles. I said it. If you don't agree, that's okay. I ain't the boss of you. I think something I want to do is I want to have this jellyfish bit. I like these orange jellyfishes. They're called nettle jellyfish. They're very pretty. They also, the Cnidaria jellyfish are orange. But I think I'm going to come in here and like make the jellyfish part orange. People like weird. They do. That's my only grace in life. And then give it little orange tentacles. You know what? There's an easier way to do this. There's an even easier way. I'm an idiot. Deselect. Invert selection. And then change this to deselect mode. Lasso tool. We'll come in and we're going to deselect all of this. Deselect all of this. And that lets us easily deselect all of this. And now we take this brush and we make it ginormous. Aha! Cheating makes us better. Cheating makes us smart. Do. Rick and Morty obviously takes place in the alcohologist verse. Adult Swim owes us money. 1000% agree. I could be a head writer for Rick and Morty. Hang out with cool people like Siobhan Thompson. The military disabled me due to mental health, so I will get a pension for the rest of my life now. That happened just today. I've been working on it for years. Congratulations. That's really awesome. I cashed out my pension because it was only going to be like $57 a month. So, that's a big deal though. Like it really is. Oops. The thing about making your brush ginormous is you got to remember to turn it back. And also we're going to set this to multiply. I've got this idea of coming like this. Coming around like this. I have to tell you guys, I think one of my favorite parts of drawing is doing these cell shading kind of shadow stuff. I really can really zen out while doing this shading. It's just, there's something about it. Just gets me, makes me happy. That's why I tend to do too much of it, and also am way too subtle when I do it. That's probably a thing I could just do as a job. I bet there's animation. I bet there are companies that just hire you to do nothing but cell animation or cell shading. I get to start putting money into a pension plan again on December 2nd. Yeah, congratulations again on the new role. That's also big and awesome. When you said the military medically disabled you, I thought you meant like made you huff DEET or something. Oh. You know what? I wouldn't be surprised to find out that that happened. Did the job get gotten? Not for me. I can't even get an interview. I can't even get an interview at Casey's, man. But I'll let Perriman tell his own stories. Okay, what am I doing? I'm painting shadows. That's what I'm doing. Having fun doing it. Yep, I start new position, work for 2 weeks, and get 2 weeks of paid leave. It's pretty exciting. I think you're gonna be happy there too. I think you're gonna like it. I think it's gonna be a fun job for you. I think if I ever go back to work, it's gonna be for some sort of weird tech startup company. I've been trying to find a part-time job, and it's been hard. That's why I was so excited about the Glow Market. It helps bridge that gap. Boo, now I have to find another 3D dealer. This will save me so much money. Well, there is already another 3D vendor at the market. I noticed last Saturday, he said when he was setting up and realized that Perriman wasn't going to be there, he got out some of those toys. I'm thinking about getting a job because subbing at OTC for cars. That's cool. That'd be a cool idea. I applied to be a substitute teacher when I first moved down here last year, and never heard back from the sub company. I think subbing would be something that I would either really, really, really enjoy or absolutely hate, and I'm not sure which way it would go. I think we'll still be at the market in the spring, but not going to keep building up the website. I wasn't going to say that in front of him. No, I think all of the people who are doing 3D printing out at the market are all friends working together. I don't think there's any kind of like fear of competition going on there. He actually came and asked me if Josh was going to be there before he set anything up because he didn't want to sell any, he didn't want to step on anybody's toes. It's one of those things. I actually had this conversation. I was like, the market is kind of, it's a weird little ecosystem to me sometimes because like I get asked all the time if it's okay if an artist sets up closer to me, like, and I'm like, I don't see myself as being in competition with other artists. I'm like, it's not like we're selling mass produced stuff. Like art is art and different artists are different, have different styles and different tastes, and it's not competition really. So it was weird. It's always weird to me when they ask me that, but I guess there have been a lot of infighting in other areas where people get upset when there's competition. So, yeah, he's a good dude. Don't feel bad about buying from him. I will probably end up getting my own printer. I will end up giving it to the Urge. If you do and you need help, feel free to reach out. Yeah, at some point I need to set up my 3D printer. Although, there is a project to expand the Garoffice here into a second room over the winter, planned at least. And once that happens, I will probably definitely set up my printer. Because I would love, one of the skills I really want to learn and master really is the like sculpting in 3D and doing 3D print sculpting. And I would love to get started on doing that, and I just haven't. I need to. So I need to get my printer set up. I traded one of Paramon's old printers for my portable green screen, and I don't think either of us have used the items since we traded. I do a bunch of 3D printing, but I use it for more utility at all my jewelry starting block. Yeah, you do a lot of cool stuff, like practical, like making molds and stuff on your 3D printer. I just like making stuff, and a 3D printer feels like a cool way to be able to make more stuff. And honestly, part of it is like I liked learning. I learned when I was learning Blender a few years ago. I'll have to relearn it now though, because Blender 4 is very different than any version of Blender I've used. When I was learning Blender a few years ago, I really enjoyed it. And when I first moved down here, one of the things I wanted to do was like learn sculpting so that I could make toys and stuff in 3D print, not to print myself and sell, but to like license the STL files to people like Penguin Dance. So, still on my list to do. I think I'm just going to come in here, and anywhere there's a hard line, give it a little curvy and call that done. That looks pretty good. I like that quite a bit. What do you guys think? Is Jellyfish Meralien looking good? I used the green screen for a few months. Then when I went back to streaming, I probably use it again when I start recording some VR games. That's good. I'll probably use my printer at some point in the future. I have not learned Blender, but I would say I reached a really high level in Tinkercad. This picture says nom nom to me. Well, if you get too close to jellyfish alien, you're going to get eaten by the jellyfish. That's just all there is to it. My concern with this picture, you love Jellyin? My concern with this picture is that I feel like there's too much alien and not enough jellyfish in the hybrid. Does that make sense? Like, do you guys get what I'm putting down? Like, we've got this much alien and this much jellyfish, and really it should probably be like 50-50. So like, oh, like this much alien, this much jellyfish. But I'm not redrawing it, so Jillian Anderson. Well, if I was gonna make it Jillian Anderson, it would need some red hair, right? I'm just doodling on my doodle to doodle now. That's why you open a new layer. You can do that. Okay, so we've got the Jillian done here. We also have our, you can go away, our David Hasselhoff, Baywatch words, thought pattern, dooba-doob. We have our lifeguard, our David Hasselhoff inspired Baywatch alien lifeguard. And then, of course, we have Mer alien and a Sleepy Inner Tube alien. How does Sleepy Inner Tube alien still not have any color? Oh, how did I let that happen? Bloop. I think this is looking pretty good. I didn't see Hasselhoff. That is good. Yes, Hasselhoff was the first one I drew tonight. That was where we started the first project. I have to take the lid off my water before I can drink it. The fact that Anderson works with this alien theme. That's true. If you make the jelly part more girly pop with pinks and whites, maybe that would enhance the jelliness. Okay, you know what? It is easy to do color stuff. So if we, no, undo that. That's the line art layer. Don't delete that. Duplicate that. If we grab a new layer, line art layer, pinks and whites. There is a jellyfish called a pink moon jellyfish. So like if we came down here and did a little mixture, do some pink in there like so. This is one of the reasons I like to work digital, is because it is so much easier to do changes like this on the fly and make some fun, like, experiment with things, different color schemes. I want more. I want a pink strip there and there. A little more pink. A little more pink. And then we could come in here, and I think what would be cool is maybe come over this orange. I liked the orange, although admittedly, the orange of the orange jellyfish I was looking at was like super bright orange. You were saying about expanding the garage or whatever. I'm pretty sure much turning my whole house into the art studio. So right now I'm in the garoffice. this room that I'm in is an office room built inside the garage. One of the projects for this winter is to take the space between this room and the door and turn it into a second room so that I would have like a workspace and then like a lounging space, really. So the garoffice would become like the gariving room and garoffice warehouse. Anyway, it's that's one of the things, and as I do that, I'm going to have a lot more work surface. The idea is to actually build some work surface for me to have access to. What I'm thinking is I'm looking at some of these fish. They got lots of little rings and stuff in them. So what if I came into this pink and added something like some cool circle ring details across here, like so. This might give a little more, might be given a little more octopus than jellyfish at this point, but I kind of like it. I kind of am digging it. The grounge. Ooh, I like that. I like that a lot. The grounge. The other day, I follow a guy on Blue Sky who is a bipolar researcher, meaning that he is bipolar and researches bipolar disorder both. And he shared a list of traits that aren't necessarily commonly associated with bipolar disorder, but are statistically supported. I might have done too many circles. And one of them was a tendency to make up new words, especially portmanteau. And I was like, I don't know anyone who does that. If you need some really custom work surfaces, I made myself some standing tables that you can hang on the wall, like big, nice, stable metal ones. That's cool. We have a lot of lumber, especially like 1 inch thick plywood. So I think they're probably going to make them out of 1 inch thick plywood. We have like 3 sheets of it, and a bunch of 2x4s. So maybe add some circles to the alien torso also, but in a green tone. Ooh, could do that. We've got like a, that is his green skin tone. That's a little too light. I'm going to take this green, go back to that green. So just bring the brightness up. But yeah, some like French cleat style tables. Could be cool. How about we add just like the rings coming up off the body and slowly fading as they get up, like from the, like imply that there's a little ledge there of skin. That's one thing I'm trying to do. So we'll just come up like this. And oh, it's not looking good. As they come up the body, like fade them out. Maybe make them a little smaller. Like so. Yeah, they're not. Hang on. I like it. Yeah, have them thin and dissipate. That's what I like the idea. I think I'm going to. I want to make them a little more circular. And I think I'm going to draw them under the pink layer so I can just come in and draw them. Oops. Have them coming up over the body. Thinning down. circular. I moved one of my big toolboxes in the front room. It fits perfectly. That's awesome. Really, I think it's because my dad wants me to get out now. The original idea behind it was just to have like a separated workspace. And one of the things that has come up is my lack of work-life balance, and that I need to be better about that. And so one of the things that the idea was like, if we have this second room, I should have one area that is for working and one area that is for not working, so that I spend less time working. How's that look? Is that working for you guys on these green loopy loops? I really like the way they are fading as they come up. I do too. My natural instinct is to make them thicker and heavier because I like thick lines, but then that defeats the point. Ooh, I got some Axiom love. Paraman is a big enough deal on Twitch that he gets emojis. Someday we'll have to sit down and make some of those for our own stuff. Okay. I think then, unless anyone's got any other cool ideas, that is 1,000,000% a Jellian. Awesome. I was going to say, unless anyone has any other ideas, I think we're going to call the Jellian done. And I feel good about that. I feel like that we're in a good spot. My document is getting too big. Oh no, please don't be completely broken. I'm going to have to turn off my iPad real quick. Hang on just a second. I went too long without simplifying the vectors and broke my fresco, but not big enough to be able to change the emote command to my new name. Oh, it gets the best of us. I'm subbed. I can use your the obviously the best emotes out there are these emotes. Those are clearly the best emotes because they're the ones I drew. Okay. So yeah, I'm calling this jellyfish done. So that means we only have one Marthok left to Garfle the Marthok. And that is our two alien kids building an alien sandcastle. So once again, I'm going to build a floor line here. I'm not going to do the full sand line yet because I'll have to adjust that probably to fitting whatever it is these kids are going to be building. If anyone is curious as to why I think these awesome Smeech emotes are the best, is because they were drawn by a super awesome artist who totally could draw a Smeech in his sleep. Oops. Deselect. Okay. All right. So we have a seriously important question on the table that we have to come up with. We have to answer before we can do any of this drawing. We have to ask ourselves, what does an alien sandcastle look like? What does an alien castle look like And how do we thus make that out of sand? Because that is going to be a really important sandcastle feature. Do we want to go like traditional sandcastle, or are we thinking something a little more sci-fi? Because something I had in my head was the possibility of their sandcastle being something, because now this is when I started drawing these, it was not intended, but it is very much the case. These aliens look a lot like the Protoss from StarCraft. So, my thought was, what if their sandcastle was like a Protoss pylon? You must construct additional pylons. That is how to make it look like a sci-fi and still recognizable as a sandcastle. Well, I think the big part of making it recognizable as a sandcastle is that we make it out of sand. So we color it with sandy colors and give it something I didn't do. So on our guy here, the sand is still very plain here in the background. It's something else. I think I have a good way of doing that sand and making it look a little bit more sandy is to add some like speckling and noise, which I can do in Affinity Photo really easily. So that's why I didn't do it in Fresco. So a lot like how I had to go into Affinity to do the circle, I will do a noise pattern on that orange-ish brown to make a sand texture feel to it. Proximity to the beach, right? So I think and if I'm already thinking Protoss pylon, then we could add some structure to it to make it look even more like just like that Protoss buildings kind of thing. Like maybe we add like make it a little more I don't know, like triangy things. Hang on, that's not good. Bad, no cookies. Instead of having that orb, we like make it have, I don't know, like a pyramid shape to it. And then some obelisk pyramids off on the sides also. Like that, maybe. Okay, my brain just came up with an idea, but it's kind of out there. Share out there is fine. I'm getting ready to rip off one of the biggest video game franchises in history. So, you know, feel free to throw anything out there you want. I'm not too good for take other people's ideas and claim they were my own the whole time. Little stick holding the pylon up because it's made of sand. I kind of like this little drawing. While you are typing out your thought, I am going to try to pose a couple of wireframe alien poses here because I honestly, like, I have to figure out what a child alien looks like also. Like how do we get those features softened? Maybe their little head nubs are smaller. And of course, rounder. Round is definitely a way that you make things look like a child. A little little chibi bodies. I think one leg up like this, coming down behind the sandcastle. One leg down in the sand. And then little hands come in, the little extra long finger hands. Patting our thing down here. Somehow have a tractor beam coming down to the sand, and they're just building it with a beam area like it's being drawn into a ship, a sandcastle mid-abduction. I like it. I like that, actually. I think I've got an idea of how to do that. So what we do is we like put a little alien spaceship up here, right? And our flat line, have a little sand bits like this, like a little tractor beam. And then actually this does not preclude, like it doesn't necessarily mean that we can't use the exact same castle. Put our castle down here like this, right? And then maybe we come in and erase this part here like this and have like a sand coming up into, so like here's where my brain is with the idea, right? And the reason I hid the alien that I was drawing is because now I draw, instead we put a little alien over here. Oops. Looking all cute, chubby cheeked. Little alien body. Big old alien legs. And his little alien arms. And we give him a controller. Like, I'm building this sandcastle with my drone tractor beam. And of course, wearing shorts, wearing Bermuda shorts. And then maybe we still have the other one, like patting down over here, like, oh yeah, let's add sand here. Let's put some sand here. So this is, I do too. I think this is a great idea. And I think I can draw this. So we'll just, oops, deselect. I'm just gonna close you off like that, and then I'll do the thing when I do the thing. Okay. So this is the composition of our sticker, I think. I think actually I'm gonna bring this guy over a little more, like that. I like it a lot. I think it looks good. So yeah, we got our two kids building a sandcastle using their remote controlled alien. All the classic tropes of kids and aliens mashed together. That's right. Because what is more annoying than two kids building a sandcastle on a beach? Two kids playing with a remote controlled airplane on the beach. So let's grab our inking brush and start making something look cool here. So I think I want to do the tractor beam bit last so that I can just kind of make it fit around everything else I draw. So I'll start with this alien over here with some big round alien eyes. Like the implication here being that they're born with their eyes like full sized, and then their heads kind of grow around their eyes. That's what I'm trying to imply with my design work here. And then round alien cheeks, because they're little kids. They have very full baby fat cheeks. And big alien smiles. And I can't remember. Did we? Yeah, I gave them pointy teeth. They're probably loudly making all the sound effects too. Yeah. And construct additional pylons. That's too thick of a line. So we're just going to give him pointy little alien teeth. Oh, you know what? He's a little kid, and little kids have teeth that are too small for their mouths because they get baby teeth. And then until their adult teeth come in, their teeth are too small for their mouth. So they get what I call goblin teeth, where there's spaces in between their teeth. So we'll give them that going on. And then I think I want this one on the left to have, this might be a reference no one else gets. If you ever see an episode of Arthur the Aardvark where DW is in her swimsuit, she has a one-piece swimsuit with like a little tutu dress on it. That's what I'm going to give this alien over here. That exact same swimsuit. So like, oops. You know what? I forgot they also have big knobby shoulders. And bring the hands over like this. That line is not smooth enough. Redo it. This over here like this. I kind of like the implication that because they're children, also their limbs are like extra long and gangly. And then bring the swimsuit arm down and around like this. And I think I say DW. I think most small children of a certain family type have these swimsuits that are also dresses. Like I think all toddler swimsuits for young girls are the same. This leg is like this. I'm just giggling watching this come together. The alien smile is so funny. I'm glad. That is literally why I do all of this. I like to make people happy. And then this foot's going to come back here and fold those freak toes around like that. And actually, I think I'm going to redo those freak toes. Bring this back so that those toes are a little underneath that ankle, like there. I just realized something else. I had pointed out that it's pretty obvious that I was inspired by the Protoss from StarCraft, but I just realized just now looking at this specific little girl alien that I think another subconscious influence here that is a little more apparent now that I'm looking at this one in particular is solar opposites, which is it's the teeth, it's the mouth that really made it shine. Solar Opposites is a show created by Justin Roiland, also the same person who created Rick and Morty, that is about aliens living on Earth. So I think that definitely kind of worked its way into the subconscious here. Although not quite the same. Like there's definitely a feel to it there. They're not exactly the same. There's definitely some influence. I like this. I like this a lot. All right, and then this is going to be... I need to turn the smoothing down so that I can make this kind of gritty because it's made out of sand. So we want a little bit of like rumpling on the edging here. Like so. Just a little bit of rumpling. The thing my hand is really good at is drawing little wavy lines. Come up here on this side, the same thing. And bring this up. Oops. Rumple, 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 rumple. Rumple is a technical term I just invented. It's like a stilt skin, but more sandy. And you need it when you're constructing additional pylons. Oh yeah, this is good art. This is the type of art that makes people go, I am okay at this. I don't like that. All right. I am digging it. I can get behind this. I am enjoying it a lot. Okay. All right. Rumple, 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 rump, rump, rump. Rump, 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 rump. Have this come. I screwed that up. I don't know that show what you're saying. Living on Earth made me think. Remember Alien Nation? Oh yeah, Alien Nation was a good show. Gritty 90s sci-fi show. Although I think that was also later 80s. I had this idea just now that if I wanted to make this easy on myself, and because they're using a drone, I can get away with it. Symmetry tool. Solar Opposites, I don't know if it's actually on TV or if it's just on Hulu. I think if memory serves me correctly, the aliens in Alien Nation were more reptoid in appearance. So I put this on its own layer so that I can just draw the whole thing using the symmetry tool, which lets me cheat and make sure that I'm getting consistent design quality across there. And putting it on its own layer makes life easier because it means that I can erase the parts that I need to erase really easily and then delete them before I merge the two layers. I no longer need the symmetry tool. I'm working in a straight line straight down the middle here. But it just lets me get spacing and everything a little bit more accurate. And also I like kind of the concept of them being really having a symmetrical like sandcastle, like because they're aliens and they're using alien technology. Milk being alcohol was so odd to me. Yeah, like 88 to 90, Alien Nation, they were almost human, but with bald heads and head markings on them. Okay, that makes sense. I think there's a lot of stuff like that, like the milk being alcohol, that when you're doing world building, is just I feel like this is a clever idea. Like giving things just this weird little intricacies, you know, is good world building, in my opinion. That was definitely in a time period fully on board with the like rubber forehead era, so it makes sense to me that that would be very basic. Am I thinking, when I say I'm thinking of more reptoid aliens, am I thinking V? Is that what I'm thinking? Oh, I totally get it. As a kid told to drink milk, it was weird for me back then. I think as a kid, I don't really remember. I remember our parents watching Alien Nation, but I don't remember it being a big deal in our household, which is kind of weird because our parents are very geeky. Our dad is a huge Star Trek guy, and Babylon 5 for that matter. But I don't remember Alien Nation really being a big deal in our house. But if in my situation as a kid, that would have made me just want to pretend that my milk was alcohol all the time. V for Vinvasion. That's right. And V is the one they remade with Marina Baccarin, right? I didn't watch that at all. It didn't look appealing to me. Oh, by the way, the robot, Stream Elements robot, which needs its own name. I can do that easily now that I'm on Twitch and not YouTube. Has games that you can play if you wanted to play robot games. And then this is radio controlled, so we'll give it a little antenna. I want that to be more antenna. We definitely watched a lot of Star Trek. We were a Trekker household, definitely. I would not say necessarily that like Star Trek was the epitome of our household. Like, I do think we were very geeky. I would say, if anything, the dominant geekdom of our house growing up was probably Lord of the Rings. But I don't feel like our parents were particularly like dogmatically geeky. I feel like they were very, very geek agnostic. Like, there would never have been an argument about Star Wars versus Star Trek in our household. I feel like we were raised to be general practitioner geeks. And I think I benefited from that. I think that was good for me. I have an idea of what I want this to look like in my head. So I'm going to try to remember to keep talking while I'm drawing this. But I have a vision in my brain, and when I do that, a lot of the time I'll zone out. No, but Trek BS B5 might have caused a stir. Trek BS B5. Trek versus Trek versus B5 might have caused a stir. You know what? You have a point. That is probably true. That is probably some truth to that. I think in order for me to do this, I'm going to have to sketch it in with pencil first. Because I have like I said, I have a clear idea. I want the sand to kind of be spiraling, basically. So, we watched quite the variety: Star Trek, MASH, all the sitcoms, Unsolved Mysteries. I have very clear memories of us sitting down as a family to watch TV at night. And I remember being allowed to stay up late to watch the premiere of Next Generation. But we definitely would have been watching PBS specials like Nova, stuff like that. So this comes around and then comes down like this, and then around like this. That's what I'm kind of going. That's the shape I'm kind of trying to go for. I will never forget the sound of the OG Unsolved Mysteries theme song. That, yes. My cop stepdad many years ago insisted that we make homemade Chef Chex Mix and then eat it while watching Return of the Jedi. He knew me and my sister had not seen the other Star Trek movies in our lives, but I think he was just on the TV that night, not that he was a big ROTJ fan. Those are Star Wars films, not Star Trek films. And I don't know if you did that on purpose or just mistyped. Dad was pretty into X-Files for a while too. I stayed up as late as I could every Friday night to watch for Doctor Who. I can tell you that to this day, our father still regularly, he has a Paramount Plus subscription so that he can watch the Star Trek series over and over and over again. Although it doesn't hurt also that one of his other favorite shows these days is NCIS, and NCIS is also on Paramount Plus. Dude, I just implied the Return of the Jedi is a Star Trek movie. I know, I corrected you. I actually didn't get into Doctor Who until as an adult. I know a lot of people who didn't get into Doctor Who until the 2005 revival series. And I think that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. That's the beauty of the Doctor, is that everyone has the Doctor who was their Doctor. You know, who was the Doctor when they discovered their joy of Doctor Who. And there's nothing wrong with whoever you choose whoever is your Doctor. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that at all. For me, I am a big fan of Colin Baker, the fifth Doctor. Just because I have very early childhood memories of that era. And for no other real reason, that's not like a particularly great era of Doctor Who. It's just something I have a lot of memories of. And so that's why I have that era as my bag. The first time I saw Doctor Who was on your TV in your house when I was living on your couch delivering pizzas for the Hut. Yeah, that would have been definitely was Russell T Davies era. Probably, I'm pretty sure that was David Tennant. So that was the 10th Doctor. That could have been Christopher Eccleston, but I'm pretty sure that was David Tennant. The series, so the revival series started in 2005, and I think I moved back to KC in 2006, if memory serves me correctly. God, that feels like so long ago, man. That's an eternity. An eternity has gone by. I'm just kind of just doing a little texture on this sand disintegration here. Is all I'm really doing. But I like the way it looks. I think it's going to be very subtle. You're going to have to really look close. With the shop dummies. It was the first episode of the Chris Eccleston series, and I had already read about how his addiction was detrimental to the whole season with the shop. Okay. I don't know what I'm waiting for. I don't know what I'm waiting for. A lot of people will tell you that you can skip Christopher Eccleston, and I disagree. I think the Ninth Doctor is very important, and I think that was a good series. I think that season of the show, that story, was all really well done. And I think it is important to watch it. I don't think it's as skippable as a lot of other people will tell you. And you know what? I think that 10 years from now, there's going to be a lot of people who are going to look back on Jodie Whittaker's era and go, we were way too hard on this. Because I agree with the statement in general that Chris Chibnall is a bad writer. But I think Jodie Whittaker as the Doctor, Jodie Whittaker's just a good actress, and she did a really good job with what she had. She didn't have a lot, but she did a really good job with it. I do believe I have to. Where am I? No, wait. No, have to watch 9. I do believe you have to watch at least 3 or 4 episodes before you can decide if you like the show for real. That's true. Agreed. She's not my favorite. She was so cool. Yeah, definitely underrated as a Doctor. Although these days, Peter Capaldi is definitely my favorite Doctor these days. The first episode of Doctor Who I saw was a VHS of the Doctor with the celery boutonniere versus the Candyman. That is 100% the 5th Doctor. That's the one I was talking about, was the Doctor I have clear childhood memories of. That is who I refer to as my Doctor, the one that I first started watching the show to watch. That is fully on who I remember seeing the earliest memories of. And that's probably not entirely true. I probably had seen some Tom Baker definitely before then. And probably, honestly, by the time I was old enough to be watching Doctor Who, it was firmly in the 8th Doctor era. I can't think of his name. It's going to kill me. It's going to make me crazy. I promise I'm a better geek than this. I know the Doctor's names. I'm sorry, not the 8th Doctor's era, the 7th Doctor's era. I do remember watching the 8th Doctor's made-for-TV movie on Fox. Sylvester McCoy. There we go. God. I do remember watching. I remember watching that movie. Yeah, Sylvester McCoy. Yes, thank you. He would have been the Doctor when I was like first starting watching Doctor Who. He would have actively been the Doctor at that point, but I don't think I don't really remember seeing a lot of his shows, his episodes. So, it's just one of those things. One of those things where I'm just like, I'm not sure why I have the memories I do. And I don't have any memories at all whatsoever of. Also, I called Colin Baker the fifth. This is not right here. Hang on, something's wrong in my head. I am. What? I'm sorry. I was zoning out there for a second because I was like referring to Colin Baker as the fifth Doctor, but Colin Baker was the sixth Doctor, and Peter Davidson was the fifth Doctor. I should be fired from my nerddom. Someone should come take my geek card from me. I clearly have lost something important in my brain. I was so confidently talking about it too. I don't actually remember seeing any Colin Baker episodes. I just realized I was thinking about Doctor Who while driving to work this morning. I somehow got to thinking about when the Daleks were experimenting in the early 1900s with hybrids. That's a fun episode. The Daleks take Manhattan, or the Daleks in Manhattan. That's a fun story. That's a good story. The human with a Dalek-like head was so weird to me. I don't know, when did the Daleks become little weird octopus people inside the tanks? Like I know that the Daleks are mutant in the tank. Like the Daleks are mutants in the suits. And that's established pretty early on in the Dalek lore, but I don't remember when they became octopus people. Because definitely when they were first introduced, they were like the people of that planet were humanoid. They looked like normal people. So I don't know when was the first time we saw what was inside a Dalek? Tom Baker was the first time we saw what was inside a Dalek? Is it in the Genesis of the Daleks serial? When he has the opportunity to destroy them and just decides not to? Yeah, has the opportunity to destroy them before they ever come into existence. Pig people always make me sad because pigs are so tasty. And I don't like it when someone tries to imply to me that they have feelings, even though I know they do. I would rather eat them. Wait. Have any of you seen the Blasphemous Apocrypha? That was Doctor Who and the Daleks. I have not actually seen it. I have not seen any of the Doctor Who movies. Unfortunately for me, it makes me sad to say that. Okay. And then this hand over here looks so bad. Rose, I thought they were starfish people, the Daleks. No, they're definitely mutants, humanoid, former humanoid creatures that now look like tentacle monsters. In the sewer ones, Rose saw one in the underground museum. We see how Davros was mutating the Khalids to turn them into the Daleks. Okay. I was like, I didn't know if we actually saw them as the inside creatures. Okay, I'm going to do this on another layer so that I can really easily just do it behind everything. Like so. Marvel the Garlock. I'm ashamed to admit how often I quote the Coneheads movie, but it is multiple times per day. In fact, I know the song Tainted Love because of the Coneheads movie. Okay. Man, this is fun. This is a fun drawing. I think it turned out pretty good. I'm pretty happy with it. Once it gets some color in it, I think it'll really pop and shine. And that's the next step after I finish cleaning up this line art. Man, so we talked about Doctor Who. I feel like there's a lot of people here that just glossed over the fact that we had a Star Trek versus Babylon 5 household. And we didn't mention the fact that we were on the side of Babylon 5 for the most part. Although, let's be fair, like Deep Space Nine was 100% a ripoff of Babylon 5. They got they got J. Michael Straczynski's treatment for Babylon 5 and then used it to make their own show and tried to screw him out of the market. But the two shows turned out to be very, very different, and both are really, really good. This one has high potential to be my favorite, the new favorite sticker. I'm glad. That makes me happy. I like it when people enjoy the stickers. I am nervous about working on the art print because I'm not confident in drawing that group scene, but I'm also really looking forward to the challenge. I just have to make sure I have plenty of time to work on it. You did not just say that. Deep Space Nine was like if Babylon 5 was good. 25 years of friendship and you're just going to throw it away like that? Can't believe you. Babylon 5 was awesome. People who did... I'm not going to finish that thought. I'm not going to finish that thought. I'm not going to finish that thought. I'm not going to sound like one of those Rick and Morty crazy people. Babylon 5 was a great show. I enjoyed it a lot. I think it had a lot to offer. It had a lot to say. I think it had some nuance and subtlety that a lot of other shows in the sci-fi genre lacked. And I will defend it with my dying breath. Don't you forget about Babylon 5. Wow, I like it. I love it. I'm just glad you liked the beam concept. I really wasn't sure how weird it was since so much of my head is weird. We celebrate the weirdness in our heads here. We don't censor the weirdness. We embrace the weirdness. Then we feel bad that our line art does not match up in thickness between two drawings. It happens. No, I actually really liked the idea. It hit me. Took me a bit to figure out exactly how to do it, but once I did, I loved it. It really, like, the moment it clicked inside my head, I was like, this is the right answer. I tried to watch Babylon 5, but I could not get past the first few episodes. It was like, here's an alien species who can contain space-time within their bodies. They're going to be in this model UN we made up. So that's kind of not untrue. One of the... In Babylon 5, you have two species that are They're actually the youngest of the elder species. The part of the plot of Babylon 5 is that like the current crop of intelligent life, humans and Minbari and Centauri, all those are young species. And in the Vorlons and the what they call the shadows in the show had existed for literally billions of years before they came along. And they were the youngest of the first batch of sentient life in the universe. And had stayed behind to help usher in the younger life, like help the young races evolve. When all of the rest of those like ancient like beings moved beyond our cosmos to the next dimension. I had already watched all of DS9 at that point. Yeah, and that's so the Vorlons in DS9 terms, the wormhole aliens and the Vorlons are the same because DS9 is a ripoff of Babylon 5. Started as a ripoff of Babylon 5. But yes, the Vorlons are a super advanced species that could move beyond our existence to another plane of existence. That's like the whole concept of the show. I'm trying to figure out somewhere in here, just black. I was like, what color did I make the inside of the mouth of the other aliens? That's consistency is important. Bloop. Bloop. Bloop, bloop. I don't feel the need to defend it. I'm not going to defend Babylon 5. I like Babylon 5. If you don't like Babylon 5, that's totally cool. We're allowed to like different things as people. That's what's great about geekdom. Geeks live in a great world where lots of different cool things can be all explored at the same time. I'll just say I enjoy Babylon 5 a lot. I like Babylon 5. I like Deep Space Nine. I think Deep Space Nine got a lot better once it started having its own original storylines that weren't stolen from the original treatment by J. Michael Straczynski. Okay. Bloom. Here is what I've been saving for the final little bit of this. Oops, not fill, don't fill. And I'm going to use the symmetry tool again. Bloop. This is cool. Like this. It will be much cooler. Like this. Except it still needs to be underneath. Bloop, 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 bloop. There we go. Let's not even get started on Stargate. I can't. You guys you're pulling all the secrets out of my coffin and gonna make me lose my geek cred. I didn't watch Stargate. Again, didn't really have access to Sci-Fi Channel when it was a big part of that. What I did have, however, do not besmirch the name of my husband and biological father, James Spader. He's not talking about the movie Stargate. He's talking about Stargate SG-1. The show I liked from Sci-Fi at that time period. And I have not watched the entire series. I probably should. I think it's all on Netflix. I started watching it and I made it through the first 2 seasons. Was Farscape. Farscape was a show that was completely off my radar when it was on the air. And I started watching it a couple years ago and thought it was great. And I don't know what happened. I just got off track and stopped watching it after the first couple of seasons, and really should go back and watch some more Farscape. Something else I'm going to do, because it will drive me crazy. Alien on the right has much thicker outlines than Alien on the left. And that's easy to fix by just going through and thickening up Alien on the left's outlines. So I'm going to do that. I actually like thicker outlines. I don't know when it became kind of a thing that I really love. I experimented with it a few times doing thicker outlines, just specifically the outlines, and really like the look. And it reminds me of something, but I couldn't tell you for sure what it is it triggers in my brain, what it gives. I'm thinking some kind of 90s, there's some kind of 90s MTV show that really had thick outlines like this. I could not tell you what it was, but something like there. There's something there. I also started Farscape, didn't finish it. I loved that. Did you ever watch Lex? I did not watch again, I've only seen a few episodes of Lex. I like the concept of Lex. The idea of a living spaceship that needs to eat things to keep going. But I don't really remember a lot about it. I remember it not Daria. I don't think Daria has super thick, heavy lines. I actually think it's more like the Brothers Grunt is what I'm thinking of. Oops. I guess this needs to go back here for that to work. Nope, it's gonna have to go on top. Okay. I think that's more what I'm thinking of. I did love Daria. Daria is a great show, and one of my most popular YouTube shorts is the fan art I did of Jane Lane back in May. Lex always felt more like a Z Nation to Farscape's Walking Dead. That, yes, I feel like I don't know a lot about Lex, but I do feel like it was intended to be more comedical. Oh no, that's son of a monkey biscuit. I did all of that thickening line work with the symmetry tool turned on. Oh, I have to redo it. I do feel like, from what I understand of the show, it was intended to be a little less serious, a little more comical in nature. I remember it had an assassin who was a zombie. Basically, like, I know that's not the terms they used. And I think the main character is named Zev, and she was a pleasure slave. And then I think there's something about, like, the captain of the ship was the ship's janitor, and he was now the captain because he was the only one that survived. Is that a thing that was true? Am I making that up? I can't remember if that's true or not. That feels very Red Dwarf to me. I think my people is everyone who loves the show Daria. I think I think the problem with that statement there, Yeti Detective, is I think everyone in a certain age bracket loves the show Daria. I saw someone in a Sick Sad World t-shirt and I wanted to be like, you, me, same. Now, someone who is wearing a Sick Sad World t-shirt, like that level of geekdom to Daria, is probably your people. One show that I felt was strange for MTV was Aeon Flux. Yes and no. Like, Aeon Flux was a weird little show. I loved Aeon Flux, I'm not gonna lie. It was still a weird little show. But for what Liquid Television was trying to do at the time, it very much makes sense. Like, as far as the lineup, which is kind of the same way it is in Red Dwarf. So I'm right. You are a little bit behind. So I am right. It's very Red Dwarf. It was giving a very Red Dwarf vibe. I was like, is Lex a ripoff of Red Dwarf? That's the question of the day. I loved the Liquid Television lineup. So, like, to me, those weird cartoons, the head was a huge deal for me. I loved Aeon Flux. I loved the Max was big for me. MTV used to be cool. Aeon Flux was part of the MTV version of Adult Swim called Liquid Television. Everybody must be a little behind. That's the nature of streaming, though. I wonder if maybe I had some lag at some point that's put me like minutes ahead of everyone. Yeah, those times of cartoons were so unique and loved all the weird. So the Brothers Grunt, which I was mentioning earlier, was also part of Liquid Television. Just a later Liquid Television. For that matter, the original Beavis and Butthead shorts were part of Liquid Television. Okay, I am going to do some shading on this before I forget that that's a part of the process. I'm going to try to keep it simple as I keep shading. Those you're talking about cartoons that were huge influences to me now. Liquid Television and Oddities, specifically the Oddities MTV Oddities was a block of animation on MTV that was spun off from Liquid Television that were half our, like, Aeon Flux's full version of the show was an MTV Oddity. The Max is an MTV Oddity. I never watched The Head but it was because it was always on being surveilled on the nights it was on. I was always being surveilled on the nights it was on. That sucks, man. The Head was great. It was a weird, freaky little show, again, on MTV Oddities, spun off from a short on Liquid Television. So here's the thing is Liquid Television was not exactly like Adult Swim. Liquid Television was actually an animation anthology show where a lot of the like indie animation houses and indie animators of the time, the indie cartoonists of the time, got to just experiment with some really cool stuff. That included some people, a lot of anime cartoonists who were cutting their teeth still in Japan, got to experiment with some stuff and develop their style funded by Liquid Television. There's just a lot of really cool things there. But when we start talking mid-90s cartoons, you're talking about the things that made me who I am. And not just, MTV, mid-90s Nicktoons were a huge part of who I am. I feel like all of that is still very relevant, very obvious in my art. The other, like, the things we were doing, I can't remember exactly what I was working on, but I was like, this is very Rocko's Modern Life. I really loved, there is a animation studio from the 90s that did Rugrats and Klasky Chupo is the name of the animation studio. They did Rugrats and Rocket Power and Real Monsters and a whole bunch of Nicktoons. They also made this weird little cartoon on USA called Duck Band that I really liked. I actually read the graphic novel of the Max before I saw the MTV animated show The Max because I've always been cool. But the MTV series was 100% faithful to the graphic novel. You've Always Been Cool. Do you want to know that Paraman collected the Max as it was coming out as a comic? So whereas you were reading the graphic novel, he was reading it as an ongoing series. Cause that's how you're cool, man. You didn't have an older brother. You didn't get to be real cool. Does the graphic novel have issue 0 in it? Because there was an issue 0 of the Max. Another random favorite cartoon of mine was Danger Mouse. The theme song is one of my alarm sounds. Danger Mouse is a little before my time, but I definitely know someone who watched Danger Mouse. I loved Danger Mouse. There we go. I barely remember Danger Mouse. I could definitely clearly imagine the art. That's a British cartoon, I think, by the way. The eye patch and the nose ball. The image is in my head very clearly. And probably if we're mentioning Danger Mouse, it probably goes without saying, but I'm going to say it anyway. We got to give a shout out to Mighty Mouse. I just read that Count Duckula was a spinoff of Danger Mouse. I didn't know that, but I was really young when Danger Mouse came out. Danger Mouse by Thames. That is literally the reason I know what England is. I did know that, but that is because my ex-wife was a huge Count Duckula fan. Which is just weird for her as a person. If you know her as a person, it's weird that is a thing that she would be a fan of. And it seems like the type of thing that her parents would not have let her watch. That might be why she loved it so much. I was just about to say Count Duckula fans sound off. Danger Mouse was on forever. It premiered in 1982 and was on air until 1991. Wow, I do not remember ever watching it. That's crazy that it was on air that long. I'm going to come in here and give a little bit of rim light to this arm. Like that. Okay. I am 1000% digging this illustration. This is going to make a great sticker, I think. I'm just going to come in here and take this green tractor light and add it to the whole sandcastle. As if to imply that it's holding the sandcastle together a little bit. He loved tomato juice, which supports the Adventure Time vampire hypothesis that they actually drink the color red. Yes, I suppose that does. Count Duckula Adventure Time canon? Confirmed? Well, to be fair, we probably only had cable for 3 or 4 of those years at most. Yes. That's what I'm always like. If it was on PBS, I know about it. Because I had access to PBS. You got to give me some PBS props here. You gonna ask me some questions about Reading Rainbow or Magic School Bus? Wishbone? What's the story, Wishbone? Please wag another tail. I got that down. I think I want this leg and this hand to be in front of the light instead of inside of it. So I'm just going to come over and erase that light from the overlay on the hand so it's in front a bit. And then maybe come in here and where I would normally add shadow on these fingers, just erase some of this lighting to make it implied shadow. But it's actually still midtones. And that makes me a clever artist. I remember watching Danger Mouse, but I do not remember any plot besides Danger Mouse jumps into his car with his sidekick. 3, 2, 1, contact. It's the moment. It's the secret. When everything happens, contact is the reason. My PBS knowledge is from the old magic. I remember the letter people. Oh man. Brain flash. I'm trying to remember the math detectives. It's struggling to come out. The brain thought is in there. It wants to come out. It's having a hard time. I think it was actually part of Contact. All right. Alrighty. What do we think? Like, do you think we should come in and shade part of these? I think I'm gonna give it a try. I'm gonna dupe this layer and then turn one of them off so I can try this and see how it looks, and then go back to the other one if I like it but don't like it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come in here and basically pick a side of this pyramid to be shaded. I kind of like it. I don't know. Ghost Rider on PBS back in the day, there was PBS level romantic drama in one episode. And when I saw that episode, I was like, this is the best thing that's ever happened to me. And it's still in the top 10 moments of my life. Here is a thing. You want to talk about nerddom. I used to have a pin that I wore on a necklace around my neck so that I would always have the ability to write something because of Ghost Rider. That I was imitating that show. I just realized that is already erased highlights. I don't need to worry about that there. I loved that show. The best part of 3-2 Blend Contact was the Bloodhound Gang. Yeah, and then they went on to make really adult raunchy raps in the 90s. I know, it's a different group. Okay, so I don't know. I'm still torn here. I'm still undecided. I kind of like this shading here, like this. But I also like it without that shading. And I just don't know which one I prefer at all. I guess if I'm going to do the shading, I got to do it up here also. Like this. And I just don't know how I feel about it. I like them both. That's the problem. Is they both feel good to me. And I just don't know which one I would rather have. Going forward. So Ghost Rider kicked 455. That's right. That's how we say swear words in PG-13. Okay. All right, chat. It's voting time. Do you like the sandcastle with some shading? Or do you prefer the sandcastle fully illuminated? Let's vote. Let's do I don't know. Some kind of emoji for one. I don't know. The no shade may be better for tractor beam. Okay. Like I said, I am completely torn because I like them both. So I do not have shading gives an angle and a sun somewhere. Yes. I don't have a monkey in this shindig. So, yeah. I'm going to keep the layer, but I think for now I'm going to go no shading, but I'll do the visuals again. Okay. So this is with shading. This is what the sticker in here. I'll turn off the background here so you get a clearer image here. So this is with the shading. This is what you got. This is without the shading. With shading. Without shading. I'm still torn too. I like to look at both. That's why I was like, I really just like them both. I'm not sure this is a shindig, maybe more of a hootenanny. Oh, Buffy the Vampire Slayer reference. Is this a gathering or a shindig? What's the difference? Light it up. With shading is better. So now I have a vote for both directions. I vote with shading. Pearman votes to light it up. Oh, this is the fun part of the world. This is a good night. I'm having a good time tonight. Holy crap, it's after 10 o'clock. This is the longest I've ever streamed. You vote with shading? Okay. Like I said, I think I'm going to just keep both layers. Maybe I'll open a poll in the Discord. I don't know. Maybe I'll just make a decision. I think I'm going to go with shading. I'm sorry, Perriman. You don't give me money. I think I'm going to go with shading. And just because it feels a little bit more in depth to me, like it has a little more depth to me. I do think, though, one of the things I'm going to do is I'm going to add this part here to the part that has shading. Really, if I wasn't a lazy butt monkey, I would do a second layer of shading that added more dynamic shading. Probably depends on what you're going to put behind it on the sticker. Okay, so that's a good point. And I might have to look at that when I'm in the Adobe or in photo. I can tell you that this circle background with this gradient, this blue circle background, that is the background for all of these stickers. So that is what all of these stickers are going to be on, is that circle. The way that one of the cool things about Affinity Photo that you do not have the ability to do in Photoshop is that the circle here is the shape that layer has a thing on it that lets me adjust where it flattens off on the bottom as a like flattened circle. So it makes it very easy to adjust, but that gradient is what will be behind all of these stickers. Is this cool blue to water gradient. I think I will have to probably play with I will keep both layers in the file. I'll play with them to decide which one I'm going to use ultimately, but I'm leaning towards with shading. And of course, this is the logo for the theme is aliens in the ocean. I thought it would be a lot of fun to make a little logo, and I happen to have these fonts handy, the little alien font and the little ocean font, so I thought that would be fun. But that's our sticker pack, guys. That's all of the stickers, y'all, that are going into the Aliens in the Ocean sticker pack. I think it's a lot of fun. I was a little nervous when I did the Mer Alien because I was worried that the stickers were going to be too different from what I wanted, what like my stuff. But I think we've nailed a lot of really cool concepts. We've got so the 5 stickers in the sticker pack. We've got these 2 little kid aliens making a sandcastle, constructing an additional pylon. We've got jellyfish alien floating in the water. We've got lifeguard alien ready to leap into action and save whoever needs saved. And actually, one thing I need to do here, lifeguard alien, I need to turn your whites into light greens. There we go. We've got Mer Alien, the OG, the start of the sticker set, first one we did. And we've got Donut Alien, passed out from partying a little too hard at the beach. The darker is probably going to show better than, but you might consider adding another layer with just a little bit of highlight to give some additional dimension to the beam. Yeah, I know. The sticker pack is good enough to convince the aliens to reveal themselves to everyone. I hope so. I hope that we do have extraterrestrial life living in our ocean, and that this sticker pack makes them come out and go, not only do we exist as a species of millions, but we have collectively decided that every single one of us is going to subscribe to the Taco Viking Patreon at patreon.com/Taco Viking Studios, so that we can get these awesome Aliens in the Ocean stickers for the December sticker pack. And we are going to do it before the end of November, because if you sign up before the end of November, you can get your hands on the exclusive The Carver sticker pack, featuring our cast of food people in a slasher film. It's the movie with bite, the film with bite. Sometimes my marketing education comes out and I remember that I can pimp my stuff. So here's the thing is, unlike the markets during the summer, I don't have to get up butt early to get to tomorrow's market because it doesn't start till 3 in the afternoon, which means I don't have to leave here until like 1 in the afternoon. This is how we became Bill and Ted. We become Bill and Ted. Yes. And that means I have time. I don't have to get off. I don't have to jump off. I'm willing to keep drawing, keep doodling, keep doodling. Doodles for you. If you guys want to hang out some more. If not, if you guys are like, no, I want to go to bed, leave me alone, log off, jerk face, I'll do that. But if you want to hang out, I'm willing to hang out and keep going. Station. And that means I can draw some things that you want me to draw. And I can pop open the wheel if you want me to pop open the wheel. Or I can change the name of the stream and we can have some Taco Viking After Dark. I leave it up to you. I'm game to stay, but we'll take the dog for a walk first. Okay, that's fine. I get it. I'm down to clown and do whatever you guys want to do. Paramin, do you stream tonight? I can't remember if you stream on Fridays or not. I'll hang out all night, baby. I know you will. You ain't got nowhere to go. I ain't got no place else to go. Taco Viking After Dark. That's, I knew what you would vote for. All right. We'll see you when you get back. Have a nice walk. Stay warm. Actually, it's probably warmer now than it was when I started streaming. You do not stream tonight. Okay. All right. How warm is it outside? I'm going to look at the weather. I know that's interesting entertainment. My weather is only showing me tomorrow. It's 39. Ooh, it's still cold. I'm here until my wife gets home from her show. Okay. All right. All right. I'm going to change the name of the stream. We're going to go Taco Viking After Dark. Drawing your suggestions. Anything within reason. Art stream. Boom. Updated. So, first suggestion. If you want to throw a suggestion out there, you can do so right now. Otherwise, I'm going to have to pull open the wheel and spin the wheel of requests. The wheel of requests is getting a little lacking in requests, if I'm being honest. It only has 5 things left on it. Oh, actually, you know what? I did a Triceratops avatar the other day. It only has 4 things left on it. We only have 4 things left on the wheel of requests. When you said that, you typed Taco Viking After Dark, I lulled out loud. Draw the next Charlie's Yeti. Okay. Okay, I can do that. I'll do that. I'll draw the next Charlie's Yeti. Boom, get out of there. I'm going to go to that file. I think you can see all of the stuff I've been working on. Do I still have that file? Ooh, I must have removed it. Oh, man. I was hoping I would still have the original file open so that I can make sure they fit together well. 2 more Charlie's Yetis. I know there's 2 more Charlie's Yetis. I got to hang on. I'm gonna bam. Hang on. I'm gonna import the original silhouette so that I can make sure that they all fit together nicely. Does that make sense to you? Where is the stream drawn? Oops, Charlie's Yeti. We'll copy that into this folder over here. Why is this folder empty? No, this folder should not be empty. Oh no, something bad is happening. For those of you who don't know, I have drawn a handful of avatars for Yeti Detective, and he's never satisfied. So when we were doing our Patreon avatar drawings on Monday night after we brainstormed the feed, my iPad is not registering correctly. Something's weird. Okay, so that stinks. When we were brainstorming, after we brainstormed the theme for December, I did audience avatars, and we came up with the idea of doing Charlie's Angels as Yetis. I'm just going into my Google Photos now and grabbing that. I want to make sure they fit together. That's important to me, that they all fit together correctly. So I will move the file into Google Photos and download it to my iPad, because for some reason my iPad is not opening up on my PC, which happens from time to time and usually means I need to reboot my iPad. Because Apple and Microsoft do not play nice together at all. They do not like each other. It's a crying shame. But the thing that Apple likes even less than Microsoft is Linux. When I try to connect my iPad to Linux, it goes real bad, real fast. Oh, hopefully this won't destroy my stream by uploading this file, because I don't have the greatest upload bandwidth. I can download stuff all day long, but my upload bandwidth gets a little shaky at times. Come on. Hoser. This would be better if my freaking thing would just work. Ugh. It's okay. It's okay, guys. It's not the end of the world. Try this again. Apple. I don't know what's going on. Why are you not taking? Man, everything is taking forever. Okay. Nuts to it. We'll just figure it out. We'll just make it work. We'll just make it work. I've got it up on my screen, so at least I can see it. So, all right, which one are we going to do now? We're going to do the one in the middle. And the one in the middle of the Charlie's Angels pose is the one with the rifle. I think. So we'll go start with there. And I think we'll just do a little neck action. And then a little shoulder hook down into some hips. Like so. Actually, she's leaning the other direction. Still in silhouette. I was thinking that this was a head-on look, but she's still definitely in silhouette. So we'll do like this, coming down into the little pizza slice. If you're not familiar with the pizza slice method of head outlines, then congratulations, you just learned something I stole from another artist who's better than me. And then oh yeah, she's got those definite 70s shoulder pads action going on. Some hips, rib cage, shoulders. And then we'll do leg up like this, down like this, and this arm comes into the hip. And wait a minute, I just realized I don't think this is supposed to be a rifle. I think this is supposed to be a walkie-talkie. And over here, like so. And come on. I don't know. Yeah, it's definitely a rifle. Actually, I think it's a pistol with a super long nose and a scope. This is weird art. I'm not sure what this is supposed to be. So like this, going up here like this. And then this hair comes into waves like so. All right. And then I didn't do, she's calling it an airstrike. That's where the strike from the air. Did I do, no, I just did, like a mustard yellow jumpsuit. Okay. So this is pretty good. This is not bad. We'll start with eyebrow ridge. So what? This brush. Dog, it's a pistol that shot out a bullet, but that added the path of the bullet to the image. I thought it was weird. That makes sense. It is weird. It's bad art. Bad art. Bad art, bad art, bad art, bad art, bad art, bad art, bad art. So we got a nose coming up like this. We got Yeti lip. We got tusks. You know, I'm going to draw some tusks. We got nice square chin jaw, back. This eye. She narrows her eyes because her time she don't like to waste. I narrow my eyes and I deliver my prize because of the time I don't like to waste. Get down. That's a good looking Yeti eye. So this is a whole thing. This is going to be a whole series. I love a tusked king. I love a tusk in general. And of course, I know how you feel about the Una Yeti. So we'll get that Una Yeti horn in there. Maybe a little more crescent shaped than the other one's horn was. Just to make them, stand out, make them different. They're different people. And then the hair come down and split around it. The big wave off the top of the head. And little something like this. I think we'll have this one have an ear sticking out. And little hairline coming down on the outside like so. You guys know I did not watch Charlie's Angels because I'm not 50 years old, right? I mean, I'm old, but I'm not that old. This head is way too big for this body. That's okay. I'm not going to make the head smaller. I'm going to make the body bigger. All right, so let's go very clearly. I don't like. This is not my art style at all. I like these shoulder pads. God. I think I'm gonna make this into like a V-neck coming down like this. And then bring these shoulder pads up. Like so. Then down like this. I have this. How do I want this? How do I want this? I want this to come out. Okay, hang on. I gotta sketch this in. This is the circle for the arm. This other arm like here. Like that. Okay. So we'll go like this and then bring the shoulder pad out. Still looks like crap. If I knew anything about fashion, this would be easier. Arm down. Okay, I don't think I've ever admitted to you, but I did have cable when I was a kid. Cop Stepdad got it when I was like 5. Charlie's Angels was syndicated on TNT, and that's how I know what it is. I just assumed you were a dirty, depraved man. Like there. Okay, let's see. Do we need... I think... Let's bring this body line down first. And then actually, like, hook it around a little more. Give a little more curve to this curvaceous lady. And then have this knee, like, here. And have this leg come up. Like this. There we go. That's better. I knew what Charlie's Angel was way before I was a dirty, depraved man. You were born a dirty, depraved man, sir. In the question of nature versus nurture, you were definitely naturally dirty. I have no doubts about that. Did I give the other one hands? I did. Okay. With kind of slim, pointed fingers. But here's the thing, is I do not like the way this is looking right now. So I'm going to give myself a little bit of space here to back up and take another run at this hand. So I'll have this come down. And then... once again, I just need to sketch it out. And let's switch to our other brush. So if a hand comes out like this, this is the thumb marker. Thumb marker comes around. Palm. And then the fingers would come off like this. Basically. But it's not human, so we're going to stretch it a bit. But just manually stretch it a bit more. Actually pull it back probably to here. So that's the thumb marker now. Okay. All right. This will work. I'm a little obsessed, probably a little too perfectionist on this. It's a thing I've noticed with myself of late is that I've been really hard on myself as far as like some very basic stuff that should be very basic, quick sketches. I've been spending way too much time on. And that's an issue because I don't have a lot of time. I was telling Yeti Detective and Rollivan this earlier today. I've been spending a lot of time on being busy, but not necessarily on being productive. And there is a pretty big difference between the two. Back when I was working for an organization that valued my knowledge, I used to teach a class on like scheduling and productivity. And one of the things that was important in that class was teaching people the difference between being busy and being actually productive. And one of the issues that we have as a society here in the US especially is that we have built a society where we value busyness. And so productivity is rarely actually achieved because we don't value actually creating things. We value the symbol of creating things. And it's a trap that is easy for us to fall into. The idea of, oh, I'm doing things, so I'm being productive. And if what you're doing is not helping you achieve your goals, it's not productive. It's not valuable. And that was the other thing that we like. I've been really like talking about my values and what gives me meaning, what is meaningful work, as far as like, you know, the Maslow's hierarchy of needs of self-fulfillment and fulfillment in my work. So when I was like, what I've been doing doesn't have any meaning, it was confusing because I was been talking about that. And really what I meant by that statement today was I've been doing things that don't really have any meaning as far as like moving me towards moving the needle on my goals and getting me to where I want to be. Does it show that I don't really know what guns look like? And then I'm basing my gun drawing on the silhouette of the gun. This is not good. This is not a good gun. I'm redrawing this. I clearly do not know what guns look like. So I'm going to draw that first. I'm going to draw what I think a gun looks like, and then we'll go from there. I think they have handles and bullet shooty parts. I'm good at art. 1970s pistol. I don't. Here we go. This one looks like what she's got. This looks like Megatron. I'm gonna draw a Megatron gun. And I'm just gonna sketch it in with pencil first, and then we'll figure out how to go from there. So I'm looking at, this is not a Megatron gun because this is a Browning Challenger 22. And I think Megatron, as I was leaving, I thought about how there were more Yetis to be drawn. I think Megatron is Luger, but this is a very similar shape. Yeah, I gotta draw 2 more Yetis at least. There will always be more Yetis to draw. You never really escape Yetis. The gun in the OG Charlie's Angel image did not look like a gun. It was like a Star Wars light blaster. Okay, well that's good because that's what I was basically drawing anyway. But now I'm going to draw a real gun. And it's got a little handle like this. It'll come down. It's got a little wrap around. Little thing comes off the back like that. Makes it all shiny. And then this is recessed bit here where the bullets go. I know guns. I was just pretending to not know guns before. Pretending like I don't know anything about shapes. And then this can come down here and hook like this. And then I'm gonna redraw this little bit here to be like, whoop, like that. And then like that. Like that. There, that's a gun. Yeti confetti. I can draw guns. And then, so we'll come in here, we'll just ink this in. I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing that I haven't spent enough time around guns to just be able to draw one from memory. It's not like it's a sword. If I couldn't draw a sword from memory, we might have a problem. Because I might have a problem. I mean, like, my brain might actually have a problem. I have spent a significant amount of my life handling swords and also have made a lot of what you could describe as prop swords. Like, I have a lot of experience with sword design. So really, I should be able to draw a sword from memory. If I can't ever draw a sword from memory, we got a problem. Also, swords don't have that many parts, so it's not that hard to draw them. But I know a lot of different types of swords. So now I poke a finger over here and have this trigger. Like that. And of course that finger needs to come out from behind the bullet, the trigger thingy, the handguard. And then we'll wrap the other fingers around it like this and bring that thumb over like this. There, that's better. That's better. That looks like a Nintendo. I'm pretty sure I just drew the Nintendo blaster. The light gun they used to play Duck Hunt. Not the Super Nintendo blaster, which was a bazooka. But you know what? I'm okay with that. It's fine. And some little lines across like this. It's good. It's good. I'm happy with it. And this arm will come down like so. I just realized one of the things is that I turned off Super Scope 6 was awesome. One of the things I did was turn off my smoothing earlier, so that's part of the why those lines are very wobbly. I can now hear the plastic click from the Nintendo trigger. I'm gonna play some Legend of Bayou Bill. Side-scrolling shoot 'em up. That actually looks pretty good. I actually did a pretty good job on that. I am not angry at myself anymore. I think I did good. I think I deserve a reward. My reward should be pizza rolls. Someone send me pizza rolls. And then I think I have no idea what she's supposed to be wearing. It's just there's very pronounced shoulder pads, so I'm assuming there's a vest. It definitely looks like she is wearing a vest with a shirt underneath of it in the silhouette outline. So I'm going to draw that. So like that, there, And then maybe I'll just get rid of this line. Make this vest more vesty. And then bring it back up like this. I feel like vests were very 70s also, not just mustard yellow stuff. Oh man, now I want pizza rolls too. Should I spend $180 to buy a super scope on eBay? If you can afford it. Life is short. Don't deny yourself pleasure. As long as you can do so responsibly. Remember, balance is the way forward. Passion, but control. Walk the path of the Arufu Jedi. And then I think my little line here. Okay. All right. So the Yeti from Monday night was blue tinted. I think I'm going to make this Yeti a little more green tinted, like a blue green. Yetis are always a little blue. Oops. Also, I need to duplicate that line art layer, but before I do that, I should probably finish that line art. There. Oh, I guess I had duplicated that line art layer. I was just on the wrong layer. I was on the top layer, so the bottom layer. Okay, there we go. So we'll do this color like this. I like it. This kind of teal. I can't. I need to start my Only Feet account so I can afford retro games. Did you see my zombie from the other day? That I did a high dynamic kick pose and then was like, Daily Zombie knows what the internet really wants. And then I think I know there's a blonde Charlie's Angels, and I know there's a brunette Charlie's Angels. Is the third Charlie's Angels black hair or red hair? Yeah, I had cable, but I only ever saw one single SNES Super Scope in my life, and I never played a game with one. Paramount had one. You never played a game with one because the games all sucked. Home light gun games are not great. I love light gun games, but they were not great. So if I come back over to my Charlie's Angels reference art, yes, very dark hair. Boom, like that. All right, and what eye color? Should we just go with another, like, just keep the teal theme and maybe really darken it down? All right, and now blonde, brown, black. Thank you. Now we need some 70s color palette action. We've already used mustard yellow on the first one. So I'm thinking more like, all right, have a good night. We'll see you around. If you want to, you can come by the market tomorrow afternoon, 3 to 7. I'll be there with a bunch of other cool people. I think that maybe this like olive green as the base here. It's like green. I need the RGBs. Actually, I need HSBs. 70s color palette, HSB. Of course, I can definitely change these up later. It's so easy to recolor. Olive green is a yellowish green. So maybe the olive green on the vest. The pants. Now, I want the vest to be a different color. So we'll do shirt and pants matching. Like that. And then maybe one of these weird yellow oranges on the vest. Like so. Maybe that works good. I think that's okay. And then we'll just do a nice gray pseudo gunmetal on this firearm here with a wooden stock. What do you think? What do you think? Is this a good second Yeti? I hope so. I hope you're happy with it. I hope you're happy. And then let's do some shading real fast. So I'm gonna do a little inside the ear shade. Oops. Set that to multiply. And some behind this string of hair shading. Definitely under the jaw. Like so. Oop, I forgot to fill in that tooth. Bottom of the nose. So we were talking about, I am happy with Second Yeti. Good. We were talking about Doctor Who earlier. And I am looking at this outfit that this Yeti is wearing. And this is 100% a Doctor Who classic era outfit. I would, if I saw an episode of Doctor Who and someone was wearing this outfit, I'd be like, yes, that definitely belongs. So that means to me, I did a good job with the outfit. Like the outfit works. Like I could see Sarah Jane rocking this fit back in the day, which probably means it's a little more 60s than 70s probably, but still, I like it. I think it works. All right, let's go actually the light is definitely coming, yes, from directly above them. That's what I'm looking at the other Yeti and going, where is the light source on that I cast those shadows with? And it was coming from directly above them. So we will bring it down. A little shading like so. Oop, no, actually, that's fine because that hand is freaking ginormous. That is not a good hand. I was trying to make big hands and I made ridiculously ginormous hand. That's okay. It's for Yeti Detective. I'm not going to redo it. When she was first on the show. That's true. Way before she had her own show. Either of them. Sarah Jane Adventures was actually not the first time she had her own show, because I guess technically it was the first time she had her own show because she was a recurring character on K9's animated adventure show. Which was the first real spin-off of Doctor Who. It always comes back to nerdiness. Doodle-doo. I really think this is a good picture. Other than this one ginormous freak hand. But you know what? Sometimes a Yeti... Yes, she did. Unfortunately, that's what caused that show to end. It was very sad. I remember when it happened, it was a really big deal to a lot of people in the community, in the fandom, and the what at the time was the Super Wholock community, people who really loved Supernatural, Sherlock, and Doctor Who. And most people still like Supernatural and Doctor Who, but a lot of people have since realized that the BBC Sherlock was not a good show. Once you get over like the novelty of it and you start really watching it, you start to go, wait a minute, this isn't very well written. And honestly, I feel like that is most of Stephen Moffat's work. Stephen Moffat's a guy who tricks you into thinking he's a good writer until you really start to examine his writing. And then you go, wait a minute, this is not good. There's something off here. Of course, the same thing could be said of most writers, probably. All writers rely on their little tricks. I know Russell T Davies just writes the one story over and over and over again. And all of those stories are queer as folk. You love both what? I'm sorry. I think I missed out of the context there. Oh, both Supernatural and Doctor Who. Okay, there we go. We have Yeti's Angel number 2. Charlie's Yetis. Are we going with Charlie's Yetis or Yeti's Angels? That's asking the big questions now. Invert selection, because we also definitely want to get that silhouette. That's pretty good. I'm digging that. I think it looks great. I am going to... The silhouettes actually look better in my mind than the pictures themselves, which is kind of the point, I guess. It's not a bad thing by any means. Now I'm going to see if I can get into my iPad again. Nope, still no. I know when I unplugged this, I think my cord, which is like cheap cord, it's not the official Apple cord, I think it is getting worn out. And that's part of what causes my connection problems. Yay, I can connect now. We'll take you. Can I copy you in here? Maybe not. I don't think it'll let me copy that direction. Nope, it'll only let me go the other way. So I'll grab these and bring them over here. I was hoping I could copy that in and bring it over. Yeti's Charlie's. Yetis are owned by no man. Yeti's Charlie's. Okay. All right. All right. So, it is 11 o'clock. It is 11 o'clock. I can do one more very quick sketch. I probably don't have time to do another Yeti character, but I can do something else. If you guys have a different idea real fast, I can probably pull it off. I think I have not done my Duolingo lesson yet for the day. So like I need that like 5 to 10 minutes before midnight to do my Duolingo. But I can, if you guys have another idea, I can probably pull it off. Or I can go back to the wheel. I'm always willing to go back to the wheel. Wheel of morality. Turn, turn, turn. Tell us the lesson that we should learn. Thanks for reminding me about Duo. You're welcome. My you only have so much time reminder was up on my screen on my phone. And I was like, oh, I better do that. I better not forget. The wheel of morality died. The Wheel of Ideas reloaded on me. I think I may still forget. Do your lesson now. Do it now while you listen to me. Je ne sais pas. Je ne sais quoi. Je ne sais rien. I'm going to spin the wheel. Spin, 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 spin. Animaniacs is PQ and culture. We will never get back there. Hellraiser Wiener Dog. Hellraiser Wiener Dog, of course, being the thing that was on the wheel that inspired John Cena Bite. Does that mean morality has run out? Very possible. I think morality ran out a long time ago. I'm not going to be bleak. I'm not going to be. No, the world is great. Everything is good. So we'll start here. We'll just do a little weenie dog face, little weenie dog ears. Drawing all those capybaras has helped me with snouts so much. Just so everyone knows. Little weenie dog tongue hanging out. And then body like so. Little weenie dog tail. Little weenie dog feets. Little weenie dog arms. And then we'll go ahead and draw in the collar, but I'm going to work the collar into the Cenobite design. I'm watching a stream. You can't multitask. You know what? This is a really good weenie dog. Wheel is still on the screen. Oh, you guys didn't see how good my weenie dog is. I drew it really fast and I'm really proud of it. I think it came out great. Weenie dog. How do we turn you into a Cenobite? Well, we're going to give you a pinhead head. So I'm going to new layer. Pinhead face. Like so. Here's a little weenie dog eye. Weenie dog schnoz. Weenie dog yip yipper. And I think, just for funsies, I'm going to give it a little ball nose. Yeah, doing things like leaving the wheel up on the stream is definitely how you know I am not a professional. Bring this up like around. Yeah. So cute. It's a cute little weenie dog. Oh no, instead of the little ball on the nose, I just had this really good idea. Cenobite. It's a Cenobite, man. You gotta think all sexy gothy. And there's nothing sexier gothy than a nose ring. And then just add a few more little head pins. Like so. There we go. That's looking pretty good. And then we'll come down here and do this collar. And I think on this collar, I'm going to do like one of those locky collars like that. And then maybe even do a little lip on it. And some little like spiky protrudences coming out of the collar into the weenie dog's neck. And then still has a little dog tag. And I think this weenie dog's name is Penny. P-I-N-I. Oh, you're a genius in building anticipation. What's behind the wheel? Little weenie dog hand. I really like this drawing so far. That should definitely overlap that way. I think it's very cute. I think it's going to come out really well, especially for such a quick sketch. Do this down and around. A little weenie dog tail. And I'll come down here, and actually I'm going to turn these feet around this way. Little haunches. Yeah, there we go. And then come over here and same those little stubby weenie dog hands. And then you know it's after dark. Why not? We'll do a whole bunch of little weenie dog nipple rings. Because it's a weenie dog. Like that. And then I'm thinking, just to really push the fetishism here, I am going to give this little weenie dog some leather pants with like a spiky belt. Like so, and we'll just do a little loop around like that so the tail is coming out of the pants. And little cuffs like that. Okay. I'm not angry at this drawing. Yeah, it needs a little tongue action. Little tongue stud. And some teeth. Dogs have teeth. Canines. That is not a bad sketch. I'm pretty okay with this, and the fact that sketch only took a few minutes is great. All right, let's ink it. Let's ink our weenie dog. You gotta ink your weenie. This head. I'm just gonna go ahead and do a full circle like that, and trim off the bits that need trimmed. And then come in here like so. I don't like that. I don't like that hook. Let's go here and try to, there we go. And then drop this down like so. Weenie dog teeth. Weenie dog teeth. Oh. As I am finishing this up, again, thank you guys for coming and hanging out with me. I appreciate it every time. I have such a good time on the stream, hanging out and drawing doodles for you guys. It means a lot to me to have you here. It means a lot to me to have your continued support on the Patreon, and that you enjoy this weird, dumb art that I draw. It just is important. It gives me such a sense of doing something worthwhile, to know that I have people who just get joy from what I do. And I really appreciate you all for that. Especially when I get to do just weird stuff like this. It probably doesn't seem like it. I mean, one of the things what's great about having the Patreon is, as much as I try not to, I do have to still do a lot of very commercialized art that isn't necessarily the weird stuff I would like to be drawing, just because, you know, pizza rolls don't grow on trees. But because of your support, because of your continued just showing up to these streams and backing me on the Patreon and all of that, I get to make more stuff like this instead of spending all of my time trying to face down the commercial seasonal art markets and trying to draw like more derpicorns or, you know, the kid friendly stuff that I can sell to grandparents, basically. I can do more things like Kong Dongs and fewer things like Reading Makes Me Axolotl Smarter. Not that there's anything wrong with that design. I love that design. But I don't have to censor myself one way or the other. You know, that's the important thing I'm trying to go with here. And that's a big deal to me. I get to do a lot of more cool things. I get to do a lot more experimental stuff, like what I do with the Patreon rewards, and just hang out and have a good time with you guys. So very much again, thank you for coming and hanging out and supporting me. I hope you have had a good time tonight. I try my best to make this stream awesome for you and make cool art that you will all enjoy. I am working on some stuff that I think is going to be like some more digital downloads. Oh, hey, Yeti Detective. I believe you should have gotten a package today. And I'm curious. Whoa. Thank you for the follow. I don't know. I'm sorry. I need to pop open my activity. Steven? I'm not sure which one, how exactly to pronounce it, but thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Glad you joined us. We're kind of winding down for the night, but I will be back on Monday night at 7:00 Central Time doing more weird little art. I'd love to come and hang out and support my friend. I love having you here. I'm glad you can make it. I'm glad that you are here. But you should have gotten your Patreon package today. I didn't necessarily get a notification that it was delivered, but I got a thing saying it was going to be delivered today. And I'm curious as if you've opened it yet, because I'm curious how you liked what I put in it. Also, if you haven't opened it yet, your extra Kong dongs are in it too. So, if you're new here, if you're new to the stream, I am an independent illustrator in Southern Missouri. I mostly draw weird little dudes. I draw a lot of weird art. Tonight we were finishing up the Patreon sticker set for December. When we finished that, I just started working on some audience requests. This is my last one for the night. But if you would like to, what I do is I have a wheel that I put all audience requests on. And for the most part, for most streams, all I do is spin the wheel and draw whatever audience request comes up. I do not take anything off of the wheel until it has been drawn. And this is now a live unboxing. Well, it would be a live unboxing if you were the one streaming. So if you have something you would like to see me draw, just drop it in the chat. I will add it to the wheel. And it will stay on the wheel until it gets drawn. That was the easiest way to make sure I was being fair to everyone, is giving everyone a chance to be on the wheel and get their art at some point, at the very least. It's all randomized. I like randomized. I like prompts. That's when I work. I like just making creative, stupid crap. Right now we are drawing a Hellraiser wiener dog, which is what I rolled on the wheel a little while ago. And like the robot said, if you want to hang out with the cool kids, you can join the Patreon, the Discord, and just come chat with us. We tend to share a lot of bad jokes on the Discord and encourage each other's art and just celebrate the weird. The Discord is also a good place where if you have an idea of something you would like to see me draw outside of the stream, the Discord is a good place to recommend it, to toss it up there. This poem thing or on the drawing or all the monsters is so good. Thank you. I wrote that poem. I'm excited to see. I think you should have been the last person to get their package. Everyone else should have their package by now. So it's no longer going to be a spoiler if I tell people talk about what was in it. But so each month on the Patreon, there's 2 tiers. There's a sticker tier and a print tier. So I do a sticker pack and a related print. The October Patreon packages are what just went out. And the theme for October was Monster Support. It's a support group made of monsters. That's what Yeti Detective is unboxing right now. His was the last one to get delivered. And he's got the stickers and the print. And I hope you enjoy in this month's box, I put together a little zine. I actually have blam right here. I put together a little zine with some mental health advocacy stuff. Why are you the last person? Because you live in New York. because you're the farthest away. And actually you're not. Someone here in locally also got their package today in Marshfield. So you are the last one, but you're tied for last place. And in the zine, there's a QR code, and the QR code will lead you to a Google Drive folder full of printable bullet journal templates. I think I'm gonna not draw Ariel is on this wiener dog. I think that's a line I don't want to cross. Nipple rings all down a wiener dog's belly. I'll draw. I'm not drawing wiener dog areolas. Okay. This is some messed up line art, but I like it. So I'm going to color it in, and I think I'm going to go ahead and dupe this layer. I think I'm going to do some real, like, black and white kind of anti-shadow kind of thing here. I haven't tried that in a while. It's one of those skills that I want to possess. So I'm just going to try it out and see how it goes. Little something like that. And hopefully here in a second, you'll see what I mean when I say that. Like, bloom, blam, blam. You put so much love into this. I do. I try really hard to make it something you guys will really, really enjoy. That's my goal. Is I really want it to be a thing worth spending money on, you know? Actually, you know what? Instead of black, let's do a blue. Like a dark, oops, no, it's not black. Let's do a blue. I feel like shiny leather has got like a blue sheen to it. That's a little too dark probably still. We'll lighten that up a bit more. Yeah, that's good. That is looking like some shiny leather pants. It's okay that you identify with the werewolf, but you are definitely a gremlin, dude. So in the actual like classic monsters represent things like literary interpretation. Werewolves obviously represent bipolar disorder. The gremlin represents ADHD. Scarecrow's a little bit of a stretch because scarecrows represent fear, so I use scarecrow to represent an anxiety disorder. The Frankenstein's monster, I originally was going to use Frankenstein's creature as a representation of isolation. But as I was researching the monster stuff, I came across a really great paper about autism representation in Mary Shelley's Frankenstein and beyond. I'm almost done, and this is gonna be my last drawing of the night. I'm glad you came back because I want you to see this one. It's the Hellraiser wiener dog. It's the thing that inspired the John Cena bite. The Grim Reaper does not represent any specific mental illness or neurodivergency. I just like the idea of the Grim Reaper as a compassionate soul. Totally stolen from Piers Anthony, the book On a Pale Horse about the incarnation of death, the incarnation of immortality series. This is by far the weirdest thing I've drawn probably ever. I thought John Cena bite was weird. This is weirder. Okay, and then I'm going to do white. I've got an idea of how I want to do this belt to do very similar to how I did the leather pants. I'm going to bring in and just do a strip of white across here first, and then do that black like so. I think that looks pretty good. I think that turns out good. I think it's a good effect. Except I'm going to make that also blue because that's also supposed to be black leather. Your wife is already asleep. She doesn't normally stay up very late, and I imagine that being a teacher is exhausting. Okay, this is good. This is a weird, great little weird picture. This is probably going to become a sticker. And turn this layer onto multiply. We're just going to do some shading real fast. This is going to be the end of the night. This will be our last doodle for today. Oh, yeah. Like I said, this is the type of thing that I have a lot of fun drawing that I would not be able to do without your support, because this is not something I would necessarily be able to sell at the market. So I'm going to try to make myself keep the shading simple on this guy. I always say that and it never turns out to be true. But it is almost 11:30. I'm going to shoot for being done at 11:30. That's my plan of the moment. Like I said, mostly because I do need to do my Duolingo lesson still. Which would be weirder, John Cinnabite or John Cinnabun? I feel like John Cinnabun is just a great parody character from like Adventure Time. Like, I could definitely see an episode of Adventure Time where there is a wrestler in the Candy Kingdom that is a Cinnabun, is a John Cinnabun. That feels very on brand with that show. So I think Cinnabite, I think anytime you bring Cinnabites into a situation, you have inherently made it weird. Like, I think that's the nature of Cinnabites, I think. Like, if someone's like, don't make it weird, you can't bring up Pinhead. That's just all there is to it. The moment Pinhead enters the conversation, things have already gone downhill. Like, there's already a level of discomfort that a lot of people are going to feel in that conversation. I'm not one of those people. I don't get uncomfortable. One of my superpowers is the ability to overshare and never feel awkward. But the secret to that superpower is that I almost always feel awkward anyway. That's the real secret, is that I always am awkward. So I'm like the Hulk, but of social anxiety. I have had to explain to the new market people. Okay, so apparently pervert is also a word that gets auto-modded. That's good to know. You are really triggering the robots, Yeti Detective. Finally remembered to update my profile pic on here. Yay! I noticed that you've done it on all the other platforms. I'm really proud of that picture too. That came out really well. That's a good, I'm really happy with how that particular image turned out. Okay. All right. I am calling this Dunzo. Wiener Dog. Hellraiser Wiener Dog. That was what was on the list. There's a lot of lean to this character. This is not super well drawn. I love it more every day. Well, I'm glad. I am glad that you do. All right, let's do a rundown of everything we've drawn tonight, shall we? Let me export this real quick and I'll add it to a pile. So there. All right. Going to open up our images. I didn't export the stickers. Okay, so never mind. I don't need to do this picture anymore. Turn you back off. You guys didn't see that anyway. All right, so we did Hellraiser Wiener Dog. Very nice little image. We did the second of Yeti's Charlies is what we've decided to go with. Yeti's Charlies. That Wiener Dog looks like a guy I would match with on Field. I have no doubt. The second of Yeti's Charlies. I just realized I did 5 illustrations tonight. Man. This guy is not one of them. Go away. We did 2 alien children building an alien sandcastle using their alien UFO drone and its tractor beam. We did alien jellyfish merfolk hybrid monster creature. And finally, or first, actually, I just did them in reverse order. The lifeguard alien who is totally David Hasselhoff. So for those of you keeping track at home, we've got one more Yeti's Charlie to add to the stack of Yeti's Charlies. And all of the December stickers are done. So that's good. We're in a good place. I just got to work on the art print now. The big nasty art print of bajillions and zagajillions and guillions of aliens on a beach. It's going to be tedious, exhausting, and fun. I'm going to enjoy it. Thank you for coming and hanging out with me. I've been Matt Brotherton. I appreciate every single one of you for being here, watching me make some weird art, and having a conversation about nerdy crap. This VOD will be up on the YouTube channel soonish. Tomorrow, probably tomorrow night around 7 o'clock. If you have not subscribed to me on YouTube, you should, because I make stuff. I make little doodles. I make little drawings, little animations, little animatics. And I'm going to be doing more of that as the time goes on. You can also follow me on Instagram, TikTok, Threads, or Blue Sky, where today I went on a crazy rant. Thank you for coming. I hope you have enjoyed your time here. I know I have. If you're going to be in the greater Springfield metropolitan area, Springfield, Missouri area, I will be at the C Street Market on Commercial Street from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. tomorrow. I look forward to seeing you there. I hope you are able to stop by. It's a nice little market full of a lot of local artists and craftsmen. It's a very small one. It's new. It's a holiday thing. We'll be there every Saturday through the 21st of December, unless we all get blizzarded out or something. But the weather's supposed to be really nice tomorrow. It's supposed to be 63 degrees here in town tomorrow. If you are not in Springfield, but you still want to get your hands on some tasty Taco Viking art, head over to TacoVikingStudios.com. You can get prints or stickers or a couple t-shirts, mugs, all that good stuff, or Patreon.com/TacoVikingStudios to join the Patreon. Thank you for coming. Have a wonderful night. Those aliens better show. Which aliens? Have a good night. I will see you all on Monday, 7 p.m. Central Time. Thanks for coming. And as always, please remember to stay weird.